Good morning. It is 9 o'clock. We are ready to begin.
Call the meeting to order. It will take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
The move to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second.
President Robbins, brief update about the agenda. There is an agenda item regarding an appeal decision. The parties are electing to pursue additional briefing, which is their right under the Iowa Administrative Code. So that agenda item will not be presented today. The parties are exercising additional procedural safeguards that they have under our rule, chapter 6. So I would maybe entertain a friendly amendment to the agenda to remove that item today.
So that was the appeal decision.
Correct.
Okay, so it's been noted that the appeal decision will be delayed till a future meeting.
Correct.
I'll amend the motion to approve the agenda to exclude that agenda item.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? If not, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is approved. We do have public comment. The state board's agenda is full and may place limits on public comment based on the number of members of the public who intend to speak. I'll give each speaker 5 or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. Your time is allotted. I'll ask you to conclude and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in public comment on a future agenda. The topic from public comment is not related to an item on today's agenda, will not be addressed at today's meeting. Ask for how many people will be making public comment today.
If you're participating through Zoom and you wish to address the board through public comment, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. We have one Zoom participant who does wish to have a public comment.
Okay, we will give that speaker 5 minutes. Welcome.
Katie Grieving, I'm allowing you to talk right now.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me before I begin?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. I am Katie Grieving, the Executive Director of Decoding Dyslexia Iowa. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I have attended some of your meetings previously, and I am here again to speak on behalf of thousands of Iowa students who struggle to read, their parents and their teachers. At past meetings, I have urged the Department of Education to issue dyslexia guidance to Iowa schools. This was a formal recommendation of the Iowa Dyslexia Task Force 3 years ago in 2019. And this past October, the department launched a new website containing dyslexia guidance. On behalf of Iowa families and educators, thank you so much for taking this important step. The department incorporated feedback from the Iowa Dyslexia Board, and the information on the new website is both clear and helpful. There is still one important step that needs to happen, however. We know that the Department of Education has an official process for issuing formal guidance documents to Iowa schools. While we are very grateful to have dyslexia information on a publicly accessible website, it is critical that the department take the step of putting this information into formal guidance to Iowa. Doing this will ensure that information about dyslexia is taken seriously and distributed widely. There's simply no reason not to take this step. Today, I also wanted to bring your attention to one other matter that Iowa schools are grappling with across our state, and that is the issue of reading curriculum. The most important factor in whether or not children learn to read is how reading is taught at school. And I'll say that again. The most important factor in whether Iowa children learn to read is how it is taught. So what programs schools are using to teach reading really matter. And right now, we know from survey data from the Iowa Reading Research Center that some of the most commonly used reading programs in Iowa schools are inconsistent with what research tells us about how children learn to read. And I'm speaking about programs like Reading Recovery, Fountas and Pinnell's Level of Literacy, and Lucy Calkins' Units of Study. And you may not recognize those programs by name, but Iowa schools are spending millions of dollars on these programs, which actually teach children the strategies used by poor readers. And we in Iowa are not alone in having this problem, but you should know that other states are taking a stand. For example, Arkansas's state literacy law forbids the use of these programs in their schools, and the Colorado Department of Education placed them on a not approved list and directed schools to stop using that. It's time for Iowa to take a stand too. And you might be thinking right about now that curriculum is a local decision, and it should be. We believe that. We are not suggesting that the Department of Education mandate one specific reading program that all districts have to use, but you should know that Iowa school leaders want help and guidance from the state on this issue. We are hearing from so many teachers, school administrators, and AEA professionals who are asking for help in choosing effective reading programs. One AEA administrator recently told me, "We are all out here trying to figure this out on our own. And yes, we absolutely need more help from the state." It is time for the Iowa Department of Education to come out against these ineffective programs that aren't based on science. Our kids deserve that. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Katie. Assuming there's no other public comments.
Excuse me.
All right, we'll continue on with the agenda. We have the consent agenda as the next item.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
The motion to approve the consent agenda.
I think you skipped my report. Oh. Which is okay.
You know,
Would you like me to give a report, John?
please hold your, I'm sorry. Proceed.
Okay, no, thanks. And thank you everybody for making it here today. I know the weather was a little bit of an issue, but we appreciate, it's Iowa, so we appreciate you being here. A couple things I want to update you on. One is some of you may have received, either as a parent or as a community member, a survey that the department sent out on Chapter 12 accreditation standards review. What that is these are all the things that schools have to do from an accreditation standpoint. So think offer and teach, all the requirements. What we have found is that in my tenure at the state, every year things were added to these requirements. But what has not happened is nothing has ever come off. And they really haven't been revisited since the 80s. So we're very excited to be engaging in a complete review of those requirements. So I wanted you to be aware that the survey had gone in October. We're gathering feedback and we'll ultimately be making some recommendations to help right-size some of the expectations for schools and update some of those standards just so that you're all aware. Eventually, as recommendations come forward, there will be code changes and rule changes depending on what those are. So at some point, the board will be engaged in approval once we know some more specifics. But just wanted to make sure you were aware, if you were not already aware, that that had been sent out in that process. Schools are engaging in that process.
Do we have any idea of the rate of return for the surveys?
Probably lower than we had hoped. We'll have some more official information on that once that's finalized. It was available, but again, you try to get the best you can, but certainly we're always looking for more engagement, yes.
Sure.
Will the board have an opportunity to kind of hear and then kind of weigh in on it before you guys make decisions or?
So there will be a recommendation proposed. Again, this will be kind of a legislative priority, but as the board gets involved, certainly once we have something more formal and then before anything is finalized for rules, you'll start to be engaged in that process. It's just there's a lot of pieces to it because you've got code and the rule section. So main thing is I wanted you to know that that process is starting. So you have ideas and input, please let us know. But it's a task that is probably overdue and quite timely considering some of the changes we've had to do in the past few years and our ability to really be flexible and think about what do we want it to look like going forward.
Chapter 12 is rather massive.
It is massive. And so, yes, there's a lot of things in there. Feel free to spend some time reading it. I'm happy to send it to you if you would like to familiarize yourself with us. Usually as a school administrator, when you're trying to figure out how to make things work, you get pretty deep into what that looks like. But it is an important part of what we do. We want to make sure we're all on the same page. I think I remember calling Eric Heitz once a day or once a week when I was an administrator to ask him, what do I need to do? Make sure I got it right. Another update, and again, we try to make sure we provide all of this to you in our updates. School safety resources are being allocated to schools. We know that one of the first schools that had their vulnerability assessment done is going to be eligible now for that $50,000. The team has committed to trying to get those done by the end of the year because we know schools need these resources and there's a timeline on when the money can be spent. So they are very actively engaged in getting this work done. These are the resources that will be made available as part of the governor's school safety initiative, the $100 million that she dedicated to that. So we're happy to be able to start rolling some of those things out and being really engaged in that conversation. As part of that, we're also sharing a little bit more information on cybersecurity. OCIO is a state agency that has resources available for schools. They have a service that is available that we're trying to kind of promote and offer. It's not a sales thing. It's not something, anybody profits on, but we know schools need help. And when you talk about school safety, naturally cybersecurity becomes part of that as well. So we have made resources available. We have a staff member from OCIO that is engaging in some presentations, giving more information about that. But the idea is we want to be able to provide the most affordable, effective resources to schools who are dealing with all these challenges. And these are two of the big areas. We did just have some conversations about this with some of our superintendents and have been sharing those resources, but just so you're aware of it as well. And we're happy to share more specifics on that with you also. But it's just an important piece of the bigger picture of what school safety is.
Will there be any kind of press release associated with these safety matters? So the communities know that, the one thing I hear sometimes is, well, what are you doing about this? And it seems like people are interested in that because of the news.
So cybersecurity.
I think more the school safety. You don't have to tell them the details. I get it, but things have progressed. There's things happening. You give people some assurance that people who are experts are looking at the issue.
Yeah, well, there was a press release in the summer when the governor rolled this out. So I think that was kind of the high level.
I just wonder if there'd be a follow-up. No, I don't know.
There wasn't plans for, but I think there is that question too, there's a lot of confidentiality around this. I think we could, offer something that all schools have access to this. All schools are getting support. We can't necessarily share the plans, but maybe we could think about a way to maybe do a follow-up when all, Heather wants to say something.
Well, I just want to say, Eric and I met with people from the Governor's Safety Bureau just a couple days ago, and their newest thing, the app where people can report things anonymously. There's going to be a lot of communication around that because that app isn't just a school thing. It's individuals need to download the app and to be able to report, and that's going to involve parents, community, and I think there'll be something more formally announced when they're ready to roll that out.
So maybe that piece of it, but I think to your point, if we could look at when we get to a place where we can say all schools have received this and have been, engaged actively in this, I think that's something we could maybe communicate when it's done too. It's like a follow-up press release. Okay. Yep, happy to do that.
It's state level, but it's really up to local school districts too to communicate with their stakeholders as far as what they're doing safety-wise. Being an intern with Cal, the process was very easy. The DE put together to access the vulnerability assessment, to request the radio, and I'm done, so I'm not in the grant writing process, but I'm assuming that's fairly routine as well.
Yes. Again, we're more of the communication piece and trying to make it as simple as possible to get access to the resources from the School Safety Bureau and Homeland Security. But it's a good partnership.
Director Leva, were the schools responsive to the process?
Yes, and any school that was not initially, we called them all to make sure they understood. Yes, please say yes, this is what's available. So we have followed up with every single school district. Yes. The next piece, and some of you may be aware, and I need to give a shout out to Heather and her team. We did roll out a new website. If you visited our website recently, you will see it looks much different. This is part of a whole statewide initiative to streamline our services, to have more continuity, what it looks like. But if you have not looked at our webpage, it is cleaner, it is simpler, it is more user-friendly, and we're continuing to work on how do we kind of sort all the information behind that. But it has a great new look. So please feel free to check that out. If you have any questions, let us know. But it was a lot of work. Thank you to Heather and your team. As part of that, there was an update to the dyslexia page that we have updated and we were able to promote. I believe October was Dyslexia Month and we were able to share it in that month. A lot of resources on there that are available. So again, we're trying to make sure our web page provides information to stakeholders that they need and can be engaged with in a way that is meaningful and easy for them to use. Two last things then. I want to also say thank you to Shan and Carol and Tana. We have hired a tremendous amount of new, incredibly talented people to the department. And as part of that work, we've been very conscientious on how we onboard, and it has been tremendous. We all meet individually with new staff, and we have staff celebrations. And so we have cake for breakfast, and we gather, and it's been very well received, but it's a lot of work. But I am just incredibly proud of the people who are here in the department. I'm excited about our team. And it's nice to be fully staffed and ready to go forward. But I want to appreciate the work of the people internally too, because it's a lot. But it's been fantastic. After coming to this job, when we sent everybody home, to have a chance where we're all meeting in person regularly, and as part of when we bring on the team has been fantastic. So in addition to celebrating that, we are thrilled, and these literally are fresh off the press. We've been talking about how do we better celebrate education in Iowa. And Kimberly Velati, who could not be here today because she's at a convention, talked about how do we do something about Iowa Educated and have something simple we could do like stickers. So I have fresh stickers today, and I want to give Kimberly credit for a simple idea that can have a tremendous impact and celebrate all of us and all of you who are part of this work. So I have these available for you today to say Iowa Educated. Please ask for more if you need them and feel free to share. So thank you for taking that initiative and getting that done. I'll pass this around. And that is all. Any questions?
I apologize for.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Right on top of it.
That is okay.
All right, we will go back to where we left off earlier with the consent agenda. Mike May had made a motion to approve. Was there a second?
Second?
Second by Brooke. Just one discussion item with the religious groups exempted from school standards is a long list. Do we have any idea how many students would be impacted by this? And we have a long list of schools. Do we have any idea of the number of students? Well, we'll just leave that as a rhetorical question. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried. All right, AA accreditation. Is that?
Eric.
Good morning. My name is Eric Heitz. I am with the Department of Education here. And what I'm going to do is talk to you a little bit about the AA accreditation process. Kim Baronic normally would be here too. She's our division administrator, but she's at a conference. So I'm going to share my screen. And so thank you for your time today. First of all, Iowa Code 27310 talks about the requirements for the state board to approve AA accreditation. And there's two main things here. Timely submission of reports, and then the use of the accreditation team appointed by the director to conduct an evaluation, including an on-site visit of the AEAs. And then what happens then is that team determines if the AEA has met the standards, and then report that and to the director along with a recommendation of whether they should be accredited, remain accredited, or initially accredited. Slide over to the side if that's okay. So I'm not looking at B. So sorry, I didn't realize I was blocking that. So that's the premises there. The code also says that the AEA may respond to any team report. The code and rule lays out the standards, and here we have these laid out, and you'll notice the reports are actually formatted the same way that the standards are. So each AEA that was visited has these standards listed out with strengths and recommendations. And what we've done here is we've listed out the actual standards themselves with the code and or rule citation for this. And here are the additional standards that were listed. And here's the process we use. Before I get into the process, just want to take a quick minute. Each AEA can be accredited for up to 5 years. Typically, what we've done in the past is we haven't done 8 in a short time. And so what we did is we noted that we were having some AEAs kind of falling outside of that 5-year window. And so as a department, we said, we've got to make sure that we get this done right away. So I want to thank the AEAs themselves, our school improvement consultants who are here along with some of the AEA representatives, also members from the special education team and the early childhood preschool team, Kimberly Pilati's team, who helped us out to get this done in a short time to make sure that we were assured that the AEAs were meeting the standards and should be accredited. And what our plan is in the future is we're going to go to a cycle so that we're not having 8 all come at once. We'll have like next year, Mississippi Bend is up for a visit, and then we'll probably do 2 each year to make sure we stay within that 5-year window. So, but here's the process we use is we send out a document review. Desk got it to the AEAs. They provided us with information, and these were based on the standards. And then the school improvement team, along with special ed and our preschool early childhood team, reviewed those documents to see if they're meeting the standards. And then we went actually on site based on the actual documents we reviewed. If we had specific questions, we added those. And then we also had standard questions, again, based on the standards to ask various groups. We interviewed staff members, parents, administrators, board members, school administrators, and board members, and then also the AEA leadership team. Then as a team, we worked on the report, and then we were presenting that to the state board. The visiting team, so you know, here's the makeup of the team itself. It wasn't just Department of Education staff. It included Department of Education, the school improvement consultant, special ed consultant, and an early childhood member from the DE, but we also had AEA reps from another AEA that were part of the team. And then also the AEA themselves selected some school members. Typically it was a principal or a superintendent to be part of that team. So it was a kind of a cross or a mix of the team. What we did do is, here are some common themes that we heard from the visits as a whole. And so here's the strengths. Professional development we heard was a strong one. The AEAs are providing strong professional development, and districts and schools said without them, they wouldn't be able to do that. The strong relationships between the AEAs and their districts, and the shared services that they provide. And this could be if a superintendent is gone, they step in for that, but it's also other things such as a business manager or just helping to network with their district to say, hey, you know, here's, if this district has someone that they may be able to share or provide additional services there. Some recommendations that were common, and these weren't in every report, but and this also falls to us is here at the Department of Education is to provide some more resources to AEAs and districts around Section 504, gifted and talented and multicultural gender fair. Just help out with AEAs and districts with that. We also encourage the AEAs to communicate to their stakeholders. There's a lot of great things going on, but we've noticed I noticed this when I was also doing school visits in the past. Sometimes as educators we forget to share our great things that are going on, and we encourage the AEAs to share all the good things that are going on because there are a number of good things going on, and it's important to communicate that. And then we also noticed that the AEAs are really starting or continuing to look at their data to determine effective practices and focus for them. And we just did really both those last two, is we encourage them to continue to do those things, continue to communicate, continue using that data to meet the needs of their school. So those are just kind of some general things that we came away. And these can also be used for us here at the Department of Ed to kind of say, okay, here's some things that we can work with for AEAs to help out. So that is the end of my formal presentation. What I'd like to do now is turn it over to you to see if you had any questions, but then go right into the actual AEA, each individual AEA report there. And as part of the process is that the state board needs to approve AEA's accreditation.
Okay. We don't have any questions at this point in time. I would like to hear from the directors that are here. So Eric, if you're going to lead it through, or they should at least introduce themselves and provide some comment if they would.
Okay. So is there a specific, would you like me to introduce, have each director take like a couple seconds or a few minutes to, and then.
A minute or two.
Okay. And then what we can do is we'll go into the reports.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll start here with John.
Good morning, I'm John Spear, Chief Administrator at Grandwood AEA. I would echo what Eric said. Your staff has worked extremely hard, worked hand in hand with us. And I think we all would say to a person, the visits were extremely organized and they went well. And we appreciate the efforts of the DE staff who we work with honestly on a daily basis to help organize and conduct these. So thank you.
Thank you, John.
Hi, I'm Susie Mead. I'm the Chief Administrator at Prairie Lakes AEA, and this is just my third year transitioning from a superintendent to an AEA chief. And one of the things that has just been eye-opening for me and which was, I think, helpful as we did the accreditation visit is all of the things that the AEAs provide to school districts that we just do silently and with our heads down and just get the work done. And so it was nice to be able to just take some time to say, wow, we really are accomplishing some really great things. And then also to identify the things that we can do better. So it was a great process. So thank you.
Thank you, Susan. John.
I'm John Schell. I'm at Heartland AEA, and I would just echo, I guess, what's been said already in the interest of time. So I appreciate Eric's folks really pulling some things together very quickly and efficiently. So been very appreciative of the department through the process. So thank you.
John.
Sam Miller, Central Rivers AEA. Echo, would like to recognize Buffy for coming out, and it was a good opportunity for our staff to tell our story. And sometimes it's good to have audiences and then also, engaging with our parents and other stakeholders that's what we're all about. And that's the work that we're doing. So we want to hear that. So it was good to have a formal process and an outside facilitator to come and have those conversations.
Thank you, Sam.
Stan Reingans, Keystone AEA since July. Previous to that, superintendent in Dubuque for a decade. Really impressed. The process was excellent and really eye-opening to me coming from a UEN to see the link that AEAs provide not only to the urban districts, but particularly to the medium and smaller sized districts in Northeast Iowa. It's a vital link. Superintendents really impressed with their comments and the issues that they raised. So we're really appreciative of having the opportunity to do this.
Thank you. Dan.
Dan Cox, Chief Administrator at Northwest AEA. Give a shout out to Pam. We had a wonderful site visit and a great exit interview that was probably 30 minutes long. I would make one note. We have the shortest report of all the AEAs. There's a lot of great things going on. Sorry. I just want you to know that we will volunteer, Eric, to go the year after Mississippi Bend because we'd like to go through this again and let you know in a longer way some of the great things that we think are going on in the northwest corner of the state. Thank you, John.
Being concise is no problem.
Quality.
Yes.
Bill Decker, Mississippi Bend AEA. I got here for accreditation. You know me too well. Just here for the process.
Thank you.
Hi, Cindy Yellick. I'm with Great Prairie AEA, southeast corner of the state. Just want to really thank, when we got the news that we were all having an accreditation visit in about a month and a half span, I think we were all a little overwhelmed and just really want to thank the department staff. Eric provided great leadership along with the school improvement team to get it organized. And And it provided a unique opportunity for us to do it in this way, that you're going to see some connections across the system, that when we do them one by one or two in a year, you don't see that same, here's something collectively we can kind of raise up. So we just really appreciate that collaboration with the DE staff. We had a great site visit team in our area and got to work with some people we hadn't before. So we appreciate the opportunity.
Good morning, everyone. Jason Ford, Green Hills AEA, Southwest Iowa. Just want to publicly thank Dr. Lebo, Dr. Bronick, our school improvement consultant, Janet Boyd. Great process, very engaging. Appreciated an objective look from the outside, asking us the tough questions, giving us some positive feedback, but also some constructive feedback so we can keep getting better.
And one thing I think Kim would say if she was here, and not that I want to speak for her, is that coming on new, having the chance to meet with all of them at once actually was quite beneficial, even though, that's maybe not how we would have set it up. But it did give them a chance to meet her a chance to meet them, and get a better full understanding of their work. So that actually worked out quite well.
Okay. Eric?
Okay, thank you. I think what we'll do now is actually go into the actual reports there. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up the agenda. And Central Rivers AA accreditation report is first. They met all standards and we recommended that they be accredited for, fully accredited for 5 years.
Okay. The recommendation is to fully accredit for 5 years. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Brian, second by Brooke. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Central Rivers is accredited. Congratulations, Sam.
The next one is Grant Wood. The team determined they met all the standards and recommended that they be fully accredited for 5 years.
Okay. Heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Cassandra. Or second? Second. Second by Nathan. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Accreditation is granted. Grant Wood.
The next one is Great Prairie AEA. The visiting team stated that they met all of the standards and recommended that they be fully accredited for 5 years.
Okay, for the recommendation, is there a motion?
So, second.
Moved by Nathan, second by Brian. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Congratulations. Next one, please, Eric.
Next one is Green Hills AEA. The visiting team believed that they met all the standards and recommended that they be accredited for 5 years, fully accredited for 5 years.
For the recommendation, is there a motion?
I would move that Green Hills be given accreditation.
Second.
Moved by Mike, second by Nathan. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Green Hills is accredited. Eric?
The next one is Heartland AEA. The visiting team believed that the AEA met all the standards and recommended that they be fully accredited for the next 5 years.
For the recommendation, is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Brooke,
Second.
second by Cassandra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The next AEA is Keystone AEA. And again, the visiting team believed that they met all of the standards and recommended that they be approved, fully accredited for 5 years.
Hearing the recommendation, is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
Motion by Brian.
Second.
Second by Nathan. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next one.
Next one is Northwest AEA. The visiting team believed that they met all the standards and recommended that they be fully accredited for 5 years.
Hearing the recommendation, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mike,
Second.
second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Accreditation is granted.
And the next one is Prairie Lakes AEA. Again, the visiting team recommended or believed that they met all the standards and recommended that they be fully accredited for the next 5 years.
Hearing the recommendation, is there a motion? Move to approve. Motion by Nathan.
Second.
Second by Brian. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. I think that's our list, but I did want to comment, I did read through all the reports, and I was very pleased to see that there are no issues as far as standing in the way of accreditation. It was a clean slate. Obviously, there's recommendations, and we all can improve, and we know that, but kudos to the chiefs for an excellent job. We appreciate your work and know firsthand that it's valuable or invaluable to the people that you serve. So thank you so much for a great report, and to the DE staff for putting things together. We feel very good about the direction our AEAs are heading. So kudos to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Enjoyed your conference.
Thank you for coming. It's good to see you guys.
They're all here for ISBA, so thank you.
The ISBA, is it today and tomorrow? There's a luncheon tomorrow. At noon?
Assuming some
Great. That's why I'm here. Okay, look at that.
Okay, we have some rules.
So just a bit of context about rulemaking going forward. My job alikes across all state agencies, the rules coordinators had a conference call with the legal team from the governor's office. And one of their law student interns did a project where they did a word search through the entire Iowa Administrative Code, which sounds like an awesome internship project for a law student, and counted the number of times that there were shalls and shall nots. And I think they're in the Iowa Administrative Code around 190,000 shalls and shall nots. And the direction to state agencies is there so much, do rules to the administrative code, does that really need to be as prescriptive as it is? Are some of the shalls better recast as encouraged tos, or are there some parts of the Iowa Administrative Code that state agencies just need to get out of the business of regulating? I think that fits very well with our discussion of Chapter 12 going forward. Like what mandate, what requirement, what prohibition, do they still serve a need? Do they still protect public safety? Do they still improve instruction? Do they still protect consumers, whatever the underlying rationale is? But that is you may be seeing rules that there might not be any legislation prompting rules to come to you, but you may see them as part of a review cycle for requirements that are no longer, are beyond their best by date. So that's just some context going forward. All 5 of these rules 4 of the 5 are in response to legislation, and one is just a very good idea. The first is Chapter 6, 17, and 36, open enrollment. One of my predecessors, Carol Grata, told me that there's never such thing as an educational emergency, except when major educational change is made in the last half hour of the legislative session. So this rulemaking makes a couple of changes in response to public comment. My colleagues Sarah Nickel and Cassandra Klein are here to answer any of the more technical questions, but the big thrust of the comment was like getting rid of all of the instances where references to deadlines still exist. And there were several throughout chapter 6, throughout these rules chapters where the deadline was struck, but there was references to deadlines were like glitter or Play-Doh and shag carpet. It just got in, they're in there. And so it took public commenters observing like, gosh, this doesn't make sense anymore because there's no deadline. There was a reference to preschool enrollment for high school athletic eligibility. And the commenter thought, that really doesn't make sense. We adjusted the rules to remove that express reference, but retain a cross-reference to the underlying code in case the underlying statute changes. Final comment was just the effectiveness of, or the effective date of a transfer or a choice of a new open enrollment district, a new district to open enroll to. There are no deadlines remaining. However, there is still a requirement that an open enrollment application be for a year. That language was sometimes with statutory amendments, what's most important is what was not changed. So the language was adjusted to reflect that underlying statutory requirement of open enrollment being for a year. That was retained. So district topping, which many people feared, there's a currently existing and unamended check on that open enrollment is for a year. And the thought is when we reviewed that would provide some, not complete, but some remaining certainty to school business officials, those who do student count, make staffing decisions, that there's at least some guarantee that this child will be here for, if not a school year, 12 calendar months. So with that, a lot of great public comment from Margaret Buckton on behalf of her two client organizations, as she always does. And my colleagues and I learned a lot about open enrollment through this process, trying to strike certainty and predictability for schools with parent choice, trying to strike that balance. And thanks to Ms. Buckton's comments, we were able to do that, I believe.
Okay, just a question. So I'm reading the language, it says it, or the narrative under item 9, which you're referring to, is that prevents parents from ending open enrollment, returning to the district of residence and seeking open enrollment to a new district. So they can rescind their open enrollment and return to their original district.
They can rescind and return because that terminates open enrollment. It starts the clock over. There was a comment that if I return to my open enrollment, my resident district, that 1 year should continue to run. That we felt was inconsistent with the underlying code language, allowing families to end open enrollment at any time by returning to their resident district.
They can still return, but it's.
Right.
But they can't open enroll again.
They can't because the clock starts.
Cannot.
They can open enroll again because there are no deadlines.
In that same school year?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
So that was, two school boards can always voluntarily agree, like, they can always voluntarily agree, we're not going to make this family wait for a year. We're not going to make the family go through the performative step of returning to their resident district for a day and then open enrolling out again. Districts could always, we're not going to get between that if two districts want to agree to allow it transfer before 1 year. But if there's no agreement, the family has to return to the resident district, at least as the code currently exists.
Okay. So you could go back and forth, but mom and dad have to go back and forth.
Correct. It's not ideal, but it's an artifact of the way the statute was amended.
Is this a thing out there in the real world?
Yes.
Okay.
We have anecdotal evidence of children being on their third district so far this year.
Okay.
Fourth.
Well, you're 5.
Hey, after Thanksgiving.
When you say this year, do you mean starting January 1?
Starting August 23rd.
August 23rd, school year.
That's a consequence of the policy decision to strike the deadline and allow to increase parent choice. But what wasn't stricken was the 1 year the 1 year minimum. So it's a recommendation that is the least worst option based on the statute and the public comment.
Good way to say it.
So are you recommending approval of the rules as presented?
Correct.
So moved.
Moved by Brian,
Second.
second by Nathan. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried.
Next is charter school finance. The proposed rules are identical to the noticed rules. The proposed rules before you today align with the statute. There was some public comment, not at the hearing, but at the Administrative Rules Review Committee when these proposed rules were first taken up about how a particular charter school operator doesn't feel that their charter school is getting enough under the funding formula, but the funding formula is laid out in statute. The state board has no authority to alter the funding formula or alter the frequency of payments. We may hear more about both of the charter school, new charter schools at an agenda item this after lunch. But none of the public comment received at ARC. I listened to it, I thought about it, but it was all of it was inconsistent with the underlying statute. The rules before you today are 100% consistent with the underlying statute. So that's why the department recommends adoption and filing of the rules before you. I don't know which tab this is. The rules before you under Chapter 19.
Okay. Any questions on this one?
Is this just about what amount of funding comes from the home district to the charter school? Is that
what amount of funding, when, based on what student counts? There's checkpoints throughout the year, a payment schedule throughout the year. It is actually on-time funding that's deducted from the resident district, the home district the next year. The original funding model, neither charter would have received a payment until February. So this is designed to get them more real-time money based on more accurate student counts.
Are there any limitations on where they can go to get the money? The charter school, I mean, is it simply wide open? I can go anywhere to grab the dollars to use.
These are not-for-profit corporations. So they have the ability to accept gifts. They have the ability to do fundraising, to do philanthropy, to accept like United Way donations, One Gift donations.
Borrow money?
They can borrow money because one of them had to because of startup. But since they're a separate legal, they have the authority under statute to borrow.
And if that school went belly up, what would we do? What happens?
There's a specific rule not before you today about winding down, reconciling final payments. There's a specific rule regarding closure.
And kids would just go back to the originating district
or based on last rule, open enroll to a different, they would have options available to them if either of the two charters operating under this chapter either wound down or was closed, there would be a required transition plan.
Thank you.
So money is advanced to the charter school. This payment from the home district happens the following year.
Cassandra wants to correct. Cassandra wants to make sure that I'm speaking correctly.
The way that the funding occurs is that the charter school reports to us their actual enrollment. And then the payments are made based on the district cost per pupil and the supplementary weighting that they're eligible for. So then the next year, I just withhold that amount from the resident district that then in that subsequent year would be generating the dollars. So they're receiving the dollars for the time that they're serving the students on those monthly payments. So they have the same 10 monthly payments that districts do. However, they're receiving their dollars in the same year that they're serving the student versus districts that aren't receiving the dollars for serving the students until the following year.
Water in the ice cube tray.
On-time funding.
Yes.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I would move that the department, that we adopt these amendments to Chapter 281.
Chapter 19.
Chapter 19.
Yeah, chapter 19. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The rule is adopted. Okay, chapter 24.
Community college accreditation. This is in response to Senate File 2128, which made some technical corrections to minimum faculty qualifications for folks teaching in the sort of the arts and sciences space on the credit side of the house. Don't know if I use those words right. I've heard Community College Bureau folks use those words. So sometimes the best I can do is say words that I don't really know in a grammatically correct sentence. But this aligns with underlying statute. It replaces the requirement to be accredited, to have a degree from an institution accredited by the Higher Learning Commission to something more broad, any accrediting institution. Amendments also conforming to the quality faculty plan. But this aligns with Senate File 2128. Folks who actually know what they're talking about, feel free to jump in and correct me. But from my perspective, it faithfully implements the statute, which is why I'm here.
Any questions?
If I can say, the Community College Council did review this last night as part of our regular meeting as well and recommends approval of the notice to the Board of Education too.
So this is one area where shall would stay, though.
Yeah, because it's an artifact of the statute.
Yeah. Move approval.
Moved by Brian to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Cassandra. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chapter 24 is approved. Chapter 49.
A couple more shalls for the next intern. 5 years.
Can we get a recount at 190,000 being this election cycle?
Well, I kind of think it's fake news.
Okay.
But this is a couple more requirements. This is part of Governor Reynolds' comprehensive workforce bill from last session. We were one of the many agencies that this bill contained, that this bill addressed. Division 2 of this bill does a couple of things. It allows the department to gather data about work-based learning. We are restricted on what data we can require school districts, AEAs, accredited non-publics to give us. This creates some specific statutory authority to get an accurate picture of what type of work-based learning schools are offering, the various degrees, whether it's job shadowing all the way up to registered apprenticeships. The second thing is that it makes some amendments to the required content of the ICAP, the career plan. The first is to add in coursework, new content, and work-based learning needed in grades 9 through 12 to support the student's goals. So not just coursework, but whatever else the student might need. And then The second item is to advise prior to graduation the student on how to complete the FAFSA. Consistent with the statute, those who know what they're talking about, feel free to correct me. But these are some small but very powerful changes, especially the two items in the ICAP.
ISB has already put out their board policy revisions on this.
Has the state board ever had a student apply for a hardship waiver? On bottom of page 1 there.
It's boilerplate. We haven't. And
is that in the statute? That language?
It's in 17A. We have to offer waiver. Yeah. I don't anticipate anybody asking for a waiver for the requirement to be advised to complete the FAFSA. We have to offer it just in case.
Got it.
Any other questions? Now I'll entertain a motion.
Move to adopt.
By Brian, this is to give notice. Right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's notice of intended action.
No. Is there a second to give notice?
Second.
Second by Cassandra. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Recommendation is approved. Chapter 80.
So this is the one rule before you today that is not legislatively required. It's a great idea. And every once in a while, it's fun for me to present those to you, where I'm not like, well, the kids in the legislature made me do this. This is good public policy. Paraeducator preparation programs, the current standard is 5 years. That does not align with the other practitioner preparation timelines and cycles. So this would extend the paraeducator preparation program review cycle from 5 years to 7 years. The content area experts who are here today, who will correct me if I'm wrong, that additional 2 years does not add, doing it 2 years early does not add any incremental value because of the robustness of the review cycle, the robustness of the feedback loop. This would get these programs on sync with many of the institutions that host them. Now that institutions of higher education are starting to offer paraeducator preparation or paraeducator certificate programs. So that extra 2 years or that work 2 years earlier is not incrementally meaningful. So the recommendation is to get them on a 7 year cycle versus a 5. And again, folks who know what they're talking about, correct me if I'm wrong.
We do a lot of annual reports when the programs are approved. So every program that is approved, we still do the annual report every year. So we don't wait until the cycle is up before we look at what's going on. And if any program, if we hear anything that is not sounding like the program is doing what they should do, we always accelerate that. The director have the authority to have that review done even earlier than the 7 years. The 7 year cycle will help us with those programs like University of Dubuque now is offering paraeducator program, and they also have educator preparation program. So when we go to do the review of educator preparation program, we can do this at the same time we can do the paraeducator program review. If you don't do that, it kind of moves us by 2 years in every cycle, and they have to submit 2 different reports. We have to conduct 2 different review cycles because of the 2 different programs.
Are all of our preparing institutions now providing a paraeducator program?
Not all of them.
Okay, so college, universities, how many would you say?
We had one before, but we approved about 4 this past 2 months. And there are more that are applying. So there's going to be one that will come to you in January, for example. And so there are a lot of them who are looking at doing that.
Sure, but a guess as to how many are actually doing that right now?
5.
5. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to give notice.
So moved.
Moved by Brian. Second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Recommendation is approved to give notice. We are way ahead of schedule.
So, yeah, we've been trying to reach out to Davenport. We know they are here as part of the IASB meeting, but since we're so far ahead because we eliminated an agenda item, they are en route. But if we want to go ahead and move on with the agenda until they get here, I defer to the wishes of the board.
One final observation about these rules that you notice today, you will either see them at non-controversial items at your February meeting, if you have a February meeting, controversial or all of them. If you don't have a February meeting, you'll see these rules again in March.
It remains to be seen whether controversial for the rules.
I can never tell. I guess. I'm usually right, but sometimes.
That's fine.
Well, the next item on our agenda is lunch. Let's go to board reports. Look, you have any for us this month?
So I serve on the board for the Iowa Public Television Board. And so we had a meeting, I think it was a couple weeks ago. They provide their report, their annual report, and it's always really awesome for me to hear what they're doing in terms of kids programming. My kids love Iowa PBS, and so we watch a lot of Iowa PBS, and we also play a lot on the games. And so I reached out and just kind of asked if because they report how many kids are kind of watching. They watch on the Roku, so it's kind of different, like live streaming. They have live streaming on the Roku, but then they can also do like on demand, like they can also watch like their different shows and watch them over and over again. They can watch them on the app. So there's so many different ways that I think that kids are kind of going and viewing this, and it's just amazing. And so the programming is amazing and awesome. And so I'm always super happy to hear what they're doing. So besides that, I have nothing else. I don't really think.
Thanks, Rick. Brian?
I had 3 separate meetings with 3 groups of teachers about 3rd grade reading, and got some good input from people who are in the field every day, and just heightened my dedication to that issue. We really need to work on that. Plus, they were very concerned about the pandemic effect on test scores, that we've heard about. So that's all I have.
It's going to be a ripple effect for a while, isn't it?
I'd share with you a book if you're interested in reading, or if you're readers. I don't know how many people sit up till midnight to read like I do, but if you do, there's a book called Little Soldiers. It's a great book by Lenora Chu about Chinese education. And the subtitle is An American Boy, a Chinese School, and the Global Race to Achieve. It's just really got some incredible insights that I think you'd enjoy reading. Okay, so just a thought on that one. I also visit adjoining districts because I have 2 or 3 really good athletes in my family, so it's fun to go. And I get an opportunity to talk to a lot of patrons of those districts about what's going on, both administrators and teachers, and it's really a great opportunity to get some good feedback. I don't know if any of you guys are interested in this or not. When I was a state legislator, I used to send out notes to kids in my district. I've broadened that a little bit. So we have these cards. Carol, I don't know if we still are doing this or not, but we have these. And I write notes to kids especially, but sometimes coaches, sometimes teachers. Just write a note, how much we appreciate them. And I think out there's not a great understanding of what we do as a board, but we certainly can develop some communication with people by doing things like this. So sometimes I'll just cut an article out of a paper if it's local, and I'll stick it in there when I write a note to them. But if you're interested, I don't know if anybody'd be interested in that. And we have, of course, the card. I usually stick those in the notes as well. So I did this as well. Yeah.
Good idea. Sandra?
Well, the Carlisle Greenhouse is coming right along. So give an update on that. We have officially constructed the greenhouse and prepared the site. So we are planning to actually place it in March. And so the teachers are working on the curriculum. So we are really excited about that. And the community has come around actually establishing a fund for the teachers. So and investing in the fund and the way to support STEM education in the greenhouse. So this little idea has really grown in that the farm, the 120-acre farm is really opened up, and now we have a beekeeper that will be locating 20 migratory hives at the farm. So now there's all kinds of things that are going to be happening. And we also have a mobile chicken coop that is going to be happening at the farm. So
what is a mobile?
It's a mobile one.
It is like, and I'm giggling, I don't know, I have Carlisle friends now that are watching the education meeting, so I'm waving at everybody. It is the equivalent of a Flintstones car for chickens. So it actually, no, it's like a chicken coop on wheels that they can move around the farm so that it doesn't ruin the landscape, I think is a good way to say it. So they can move it around and make sure that it
spreads out the fun.
So, but it's just exciting to see how bringing an idea like this has encouraged STEM throughout the community. So I just encourage other communities to think about ways that they can think outside the box to create learning opportunities. The other thing that I will share is an update, knowing and recognizing that Elena couldn't be with us today. I know she shared in our last meeting that she is part of a project as a student ambassador with NASB, working on how to think about her role as a student member of the Board of Education, and has undertaken, as part of this project with NASB, a special topic of evaluating issues for students in Iowa, and then driving solutions for particular issues. And the topic area that on a national basis, and she's part of an effort, again, from this national perspective. So she's working with students all across the nation that serve as board representatives, and they are all working on topics within their states to drive solutions. So they had an opportunity to pick topics from health-driven areas, each from their own individual states. But Elena is focusing on looking at safety issues for students and creating resources or creating better access to resources for students in Iowa to ensure that they're feeling safe and having those social and emotional supports or access to those social and emotional supports, and recognizing that there are differences between access to those supports in both urban and rural districts. And so she's thinking outside the box, and I have the honor of being her mentor on this journey. And so we've been meeting and talking about those things. And so I'm excited for her to come share her ideas. And it's been a great process. So she's working on that through December, and then building the confidence to share those ideas with the board. So an update coming.
And she's on a one-year term, which expires up this spring sometime.
Yes.
And so
yeah,
we'll be looking to replace her starting. So, did you attend the community college council meeting at all?
Oh, thank you. Where's Jeremy? He's supposed to remind me of this. Yes, we did. And I actually have my notes here. So community college council met yesterday, and just so much learning. And I would extend an invitation. The Community College Council again meets the day before the Board of Education does, from 3:30 to 5. And we have a virtual option for attendance, or we would welcome any of you in person. So There is a tremendous amount of information led and programs led by the Bureau of Community Colleges. And yesterday, we spent a lot of time learning about adult education and literacy. And I know that there's some topics here, just updates about their programs that they'll be sharing today. So I'm not going to focus on those numbers at this moment in time, but there's going to be a lot of things that will draw your attention to here this afternoon. But again, we want to make sure we focus on the strengthening that relationship between the community colleges and focusing on our K through 14 system. So, John, am I missing anything? I'm glad you reminded me, but now I'm like,
No, what they need to know is that they're doing a lot of good work and we're learning a lot along the way. So I would agree with Cassandra. If anybody wants to sit in on a meeting, certainly more than welcome to sit in as a guest.
Thanks for doing that, Cassandra.
I think the last thing I'll say about that bureau and the work that they're doing is, man, they are hustling. They have a lot of programs that they support with unique funding streams and a lot of programs and innovations that happen. And then a lot of work that they continue once those funding streams expire because of the success of the work. So a lot of creativity and innovation that are impacting Iowa students. So
I just see the pendulum swinging back their way. And for many years, it was everybody's got to go to a college or a university, and it's maybe not. Thanks, Cassandra.
Thanks, John.
Nathan?
Cindy Dietz, who's out here, and I have been invited by a local nonprofit in the Iowa City area to join an Armenian delegation that they're hosting next week. Whose focus is education reform and youth development. And so I've got some questions for you about that I'd like to discuss, some things that I can kind of bring to the table there, but I'm happy, I'm excited to learn from their perspective and see how they do things and see what we can contribute. And I just meld minds with them and then report back about that with Cindy.
Thank you. I did attend a NASB office hours with the Dana Susskind, who's an ocular surgeon, was discussing her book, Parent Nation. And of course, she's been involved as far as with an advocate for kids to be able to see, being her profession. But she goes, there's so much more that parents are involved with and need the support. And that was kind of her theme, is that how can we be supportive of all of the needs that kids have so that they can be successful in school. And that's starting at a very young age, obviously before kids even begin school. That was kind of her point of view and her passion, so to speak. I was, during my intern superintendency up at Cal, we had a collaborative PD between Cal, Hampton, Dumont, and West Fork. And the presenter was Ken Williams, and his whole program that day was on ruthless equity. And it was a very good PD session, very interactive. We talked about interactive meetings where you're engaged and doing things rather than sitting and listening. And this whole thing is that you don't change expectations for kids, period. They need to grow into what they need to grow into as far as being a productive citizen or professional or just being successful in life. And so they don't lower expectations. That was the meat of it, but there was a lot underneath that. And that was very beneficial PD for our staff. And I learned a lot as well along the way. I did complete my interim superintendent as of, I think I checked out November 1st. So, and it was part-time. It was a school where I began my career at Cal Community at Latimer. They're now a pre-K6 single section building. So it was very enjoyable. It was, it was easy. I came in at a good time. People are happy when they start a new year and they don't worry about snow and conditions and things like that. But it's very enjoyable. I did try to change the world, but I did have some things to help them get along in their journey. So, and excuse me, and The governor came to see us. Make a trip up to Cal to look at our, excuse me, our STEM programs, and we also have a little farm up there for the kids. And unfortunately, I was in Nashville on the trip at that time, so I didn't get to see her, but she did come up. And when the governor comes, it's always a special time, especially if you're a small rural school. So anyway, that's my report.
Very cool. So TJ is here. He's still waiting for a few more people. So we could either take a short break or move on to the next agenda item.
It's the educator
Correct.
preparation program. Are we ready to do that?
I can sure, but I have Mount Mercy.
Miriam is up for RAPL and Miriam just stepped out.
Yes.
I can also do the para programs.
Oh, let's just take a break.
Take a break. Okay. Take like maybe a 15-minute break just to get some time. So let's come back at 10:30.
Tuned in late. That appeal has been postponed at the request of one of the parties involved. And the Department of Ed will take up that matter at a different board meeting in the future. Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me be here today. My name is Stephanie Teakipp. I've met some in the room. I've been with the department for 3 months now and absolutely loving the work. Prior to this, in my previous work life, I was a third grade teacher in the Johnston Community School District, followed by 15 years at Wartburg College, where I held several leadership roles in the Dean of Faculty office and earned tenure in the education department while co-leading and teaching education courses. Dr. Dawn Bean was scheduled to be here with us this afternoon, but running a little bit early. I'm guessing she's busy teaching her class. And so Mount Mercy submitted a substantial change proposal to add a Master's of Science in Education with a leadership and administration emphasis. The reason why I'm bringing the proposal with a recommendation to the board today is due to the addition of a new program which exceeds their primary scope. It requires board approval prior to being operational. As an educator preparation consultant, I reviewed the program to ensure compliance with the standards. A summary of how the program met each standard has been provided for you, but today I'll just share some brief highlights of each standard, starting with governance. The governance standard is met. Mount Mercy has a master's program, so they will continue with the established governance system there, with additional money having been allotted for the 22-23 academic year to hire a program coordinator and qualified faculty. The diversity standard is met. A sequence of learning and experiences have been built, along with over 400 hours of time working with diverse student populations, including preschool, elementary, secondary, as well as special education. The faculty standard is met. The process is already in place, will continue in order to verify faculty credentials along with evaluation of teaching for continual improvement. I would like to highlight that Mount Mercy requires 5 years of experience of being an administrator to teach in their faculty compared to the commonly seen 3 years. The assessment standard is met. Students are assessed through coursework and clinical experiences with the National Educational Preparation Standards, commonly known as NELP. The current assessment system will incorporate the new program to track and monitor data for the annual program evaluation. The clinical standard for administrator preparation is met. Candidates will engage in the required 400 hours with the varying populations and grade levels, resulting in authentic and purposeful experiences. Checkpoints are in place for monitoring and providing feedback to the candidates. The knowledge, skills, and disposition standard is met for administrator preparation. Program standards are aligned with NELP as well as Iowa standards for school leaders. The alignment, the alignment of standards and requirements are documented on a curriculum map as well as embedded in the syllabi. The Board of Educational Examiners have reviewed and approved proposed program curriculum. Through my evaluation, the program is in compliance with Chapter 79. It is recommended that the board grants full approval to Mount Mercy University to offer a Master of Science in Education with a leadership and administration emphasis until the next review of the program, which is scheduled for 2028. If you have questions about the approval process, our team can answer. And if there are specific questions about the program, I can do my best. Or I can find the information for you and send it. So are there any questions?
Usually have a 7-year cycle on looking at preparing institutions. And we're giving them 6 years. Is that what we're doing? We're saying that we won't look at your program again for 6 years?
So they just had their review.
Okay.
And they're not scheduled for the next one until
So
2028.
what kind of feedback do you get from them in the meantime?
About their previous review?
Right.
Oh, definitely. So anytime there's recommendations, they have to respond to that, and any concerns, they have to fix it before it comes to the board for approval. And then after that, every year, the programs include in their annual report for us how they're continuing to address those concern areas.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is the part-time coordinator someone already who is employed there, who's taking on additional duties, or is it somebody outside?
It's actually a school administrator who helped build the program with Dr. Bean, and that individual is scheduled to be the program coordinator, but that hasn't happened until approval.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll call for a motion.
I move approval.
Second.
Thanks for approval of the Mount Mercy University Educator Program. 9 seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
And just to clarify that for the record, we're moving through agenda items as we wait for people to arrive.
I did have a question. Did you guys know each other?
All three of them are from there, actually.
No, we don't. We're just getting to know each other.
I'm Kelly Faga, and I'm here to talk about Kirkwood Community College and their paraeducator program. Just to answer a question earlier about the number of para programs, there's 23 that we have across the state right now. And of those 23, 6 are four-year institutions and 8 are community colleges and 9 are AEAs. And we continue to get requests for additional applications for it. So it continues to grow. So that's a good thing. I think the TPRA helped, and also the grant for paraeducators helped as well. So, but with Kirkwood today here, they are seeking approval for the general certification and also the concentration areas of special needs, career and transitional, and the autism spectrum. I'm hoping I have online here, I think we actually pulled her out of the classroom, but Patrice Bechica, I hope I got that right, Patrice. And she's a faculty member at Kirkwood. And then also Angela Gillis, who is a dean at Kirkwood, has joined us. And they have met each of the standards. The first one, organizational and resource standards. They provide things, and again, I'm just going to provide some of the highlights of what I've provided in the report. But they have provide annual professional development funds for their faculty to really look at those best practices and to make sure that they're meeting best practices and learning more about best practices. They also have professional development activities that they keep tracked for each of their adjunct and their full-time faculty. And the students are also provided with information regarding accommodations in multiple ways. They have new student orientation, small and large group orientation presentations, and of course, statement in their syllabi. So they have met that organizational and resource standard. In the diversity standard, they've met that as well. The diversity, they have a department actually that is diversity, equity, and inclusion to support both students and faculty. And they actually have an autism specialist on campus and a dean of students and staff who provide a lot of support as well. And then all the faculty are required to complete an unconscious bias training prior to serving or on any hiring committee. And so they do a nice job of really getting the information out there to their faculty so they're well trained. They have also met the faculty standard, and the faculty are observed and reviewed annually for the first 3 years. And then after that, they are observed every 3 years, and that sometimes even more frequently than that. And then the students also give feedback through the Blue Class surveys, and they take that feedback and they work with their dean and the faculty to better their programs and to better their courses. And then full-time faculty at Kirkwood, they build relationships with their local school districts, and they regularly observe students in their service learning projects and service learning classroom settings. And then they also give them written evaluations. They have also met the program and assessment evaluation standards, and students are evaluated by the Kirkwood Student Learning Outcomes and also the State of Iowa Paraeducators state competencies. The faculty also provide feedback to students in a variety of ways that include things with personal conversations with them, to written feedback on rubrics, emails, and Zoom meetings, and the education and full-time, including the full-time and the adjuncts, have a formal professional learning community where they are constantly working on common assignments and common assessments and bringing questions back so that they are all having a common course through common courses throughout their training. And then finally, the clinical one, the candidates also receive quite a bit of clinical experience. They are required to report on what was learned and observed in the classroom to their faculty, and they are evaluated during that clinical experience. So it is recommended to the board that we grant full approval to Kirkwood Community College Paraeducator Program. And if you have questions, I'm glad to answer questions, as well as the Kirkwood faculty that we have with us.
Are there any questions? Any comments from the Kirkwood faculty?
No comments.
Patrice has worked really hard and she's done a lot of work. So I think it's important to recognize her, but she's been wonderful to work with, so.
Do you have an anticipation about how many candidates you might have?
This summer with the paraeducator grants, we did well over 125, I believe. Right now I have, I think in my exploring teaching classes, I have about 40 students right now, and I have 4 more sections coming for the spring. So we have quite a few people that have been interested. I daily get emails and phone calls from people all across the state that are looking for programs. So
Super, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll call for a motion to approve.
I would move approval, John.
Is there a second?
Second.
By Cassandra, second by Nathan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So Kelly is up again for Iowa Western if they're ready. Otherwise, we do know that Davenport is here. So I defer to, do you think the school is ready?
So I'm not sure if Matt Mancuso is on. If not, I can pause and
come back.
wait, I have left him a message, but I haven't talked to him directly, so.
Let's back to Davenport.
Yep, we're back to Davenport. Yeah. Should I go?
It's really encouraging that many people are interested in paraprofessionals. That's cool. EJ, how are you?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good
to see you.
Good to see you.
So if you recall, we had asked Davenport to come back and update us in the fall. But at our first meeting, since we're in Forest City, we thought it would make more sense to have them come now. And it actually works out well with ISB conference attending also said they're participating as well. But happy to have Davenport back. I'm going to turn the floor over to TJ. And you may want to reintroduce your team just to everyone in the room so that they're aware in case they're not all familiar. But thank you for being here. It's good to see all of you. And we look forward to hearing about how things are going.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for allowing us to share our journey with you. It's always fun to talk about this, where we are and where we're going. If you notice on the screen, though, that is my administrative assistant's picture because I had troubles logging into Zoom, so I had to use her login to get it. That's the explanation for that. With us today, we have Vice President Hayes, Dr. Willie Barney, who's the Instructional Leadership Director for the North Region. The other Instructional Leadership Directors are back in the district. We have a board member, Karen Klein-Jerome. She is one of the chair people for our finance committee and our policy committee. And obviously Bill Decker from the AEA, who's been very helpful all along the way through our journey. So I'm going to try and share my screen. Is it up there?
It's behind you.
Behind you.
Okay. All right. Let me minimize here. And I've got a 27-page PowerPoint slide. And we're gonna highlights of it because we know what it's like to get a 27 slide PowerPoint show in a day long.
Can you move over to the side?
Absolutely.
Sorry, you're
Yeah.
really tall.
Nope, that's all right.
Blocking part of the screen. Thank you.
100%. And feel free, all the Davenport team members to join in. And if you have questions all along the way or see something that you have a question about, please feel free to jump in at any time. And we'll have a spot at the end to ask questions as well. Sorry, I was reviewing. So this is our growing excellence plan. Throughout our journey, one of the biggest things that we had to do was take ownership of all the things that are going well and the things that are our next steps. So in Davenport, we re-imaged our district, and this image here is an image that represents every school color is there, and it spells Davenport. And the symbol means that we're going in a direction where we're growing excellence. So the district has a growing excellence plan, and every building has a growing excellence plan. The thought that we would have a system that is built around data that's replicable and routinized to where it doesn't matter who is in our system, we will be growing excellence at all times. And that's our goal. We have a long way to go. So I want you to know that we are sharing our celebrations with you, but we are working our tails off because we have so much work to do. And it's very exciting to be able to set the stage for the next 15 years. That's how every decision we make, we put the importance on that. The areas that we were focusing on all throughout our journey with the state board and the Department of Ed are in the areas of leadership, finances, special education, early literacy, PBIS, and in engagement. So in our leadership, one of the first things that we had to do was re-engage with the Iowa Association of School Boards. We have a monthly meeting with the Iowa Association of School Boards. We review our past board meetings, get feedback. But where we're going now is we're horizon focused. We're looking at what's coming next. For example, we're in the middle of a long-range facility planning, and it was critically important that our board members have onboarding on what to be expected, what kind of questions are coming at us, what do we do when the media comes at us. So all of those general positive boardsmanship things, and that's been a very positive thing. Our database decision-making is a work in progress, but we review data at our board meetings monthly. We're improving that cadence. That's one of our next things that we're trying to do. What's the most powerful data that we have? And Vice President Hayes is leading our data wall committee. The data wall is going to be what we talk about at the board meeting, leads the cabinet's focus, leads the building focus, which then in turns would lead the student outcome focus. Sustaining a progress through our leadership area, this is one of the things I'm the most proud of. With people like Dr. Varney in our system, we went to a regional structure and it flattened out. So our cabinet, there is no hierarchical structure in our cabinet. And it is twice as hard to get anything done. But when we're all calibrated and moving forward, it's a very powerful system. Each one of our, we have three main high schools. So there's a north, central, and west. And inside that region, for example, Dr. Barney is in charge of the north region. He has biweekly meetings with every principal, and they have sustainability meetings about their growing excellence plans. And he'll jump in there here and talk about that here in a minute. So that's been one of the biggest changes. I'll give you a statistic. I met with our attorney not too long ago on an issue, and she asked me, what is going on? The number of civil rights complaints in your district is greatly disappeared, and it's to the structure. It's dedicated to that because we're solving our issues and at the level to where there's a resolution and there's quite a bit of accountability. The next piece of our area is finance. This has been one of the heaviest lifts. As you know, we were in a very, very bad place with both our finances and the structures and able to move them forward. So the first thing that we did with Gary Sinclair is we established a finance committee. And this finance committee, one of the themes that our board members wanted us to get across is you don't know what you don't know. And it's hard to hold somebody accountable when you don't know about it. So for us, a committee works. Karen Klein-Jerome and Kent Paustian are a part of a committee. We meet the third Thursday most of the time of every month. And then the financials are reviewed at the very next board meeting. And the financials are put on a cadence where they review and there's no hiding it. So our board members get in there and they ask plenty of tough questions. And that's working for us. And I'm proud to say that, as you can see there, UAB for FY22 is estimated to be this accurate, right, Cassandra? Look at you, because we've worked very closely over the last couple of months with Cassandra. I think that number may be a little bit lower than that, but it's pretty close to that, 10.7. So if you think about our solvency ratio, where we're at, we're 1 year away from being where it's the leveling of our balances is in a very positive way, which is going to allow us to be very aggressive with some of our programming and pay and things of that nature. So we're real close to turning the corner and becoming positive with that. Do you have anything you'd like to add with that, Dr. Klein-Jerome?
DJ, what's your overall budget?
Overall budget, $192 million, $190 million ballpark. It's those when I always look at Cassandra, I'm like, because she knows the exact. But
I just pulled the UAB report.
Okay, thank you. So, and we met monthly for probably actually it might have been bi-weekly for a 6-month period with Cassandra, where she really asked some great questions and even fine-tuned the direction that we were heading, and that was very helpful. And so, for all reasons of making sure that we were continuing down the right path.
Do you want to share the update on that I don't think the board is aware of? What was the update on Cassandra?
Oh, yes. So we were released from meeting with Cassandra full-time as things are checking out. So that was a very positive thing for us.
It is a tremendous accomplishment.
Well,
we are grateful for both of your efforts on that. So I wanted to make sure he pointed that out because that's a big deal.
What is their solvency ratio?
8, maybe 9%.
And what's your goal?
12. So anywhere from 7 to 15, but we feel like if we get to 12, we'll be in a pretty healthy spot. In terms of special education, we have hired what I would perceive to be a very dynamic director of equity and learning support, special ed director, Courtney Olson. She's continued this work. As a matter of fact, we hired her away from the AEA, Bill, where she was helping lead the initiatives throughout our conditional accreditation, which was which she didn't miss a beat. She stepped right in, picked it up and is doing a fantastic job. And so I'm supposed to be in the state board meeting in 15 minutes. Sorry about that. So, we're sustaining our compliance measures through professional development, and we set up a system for fidelity checks. And so we obviously have holes in our continuum, and that's our next step in this area, but this has greatly improved the services. They're very individualized. And we have a lot of work to do in this area. So this is one of our main areas of focus, and the system that we created over the last couple of years is maintaining itself with areas of improvement.
So, I'm sorry. So the AE is providing most of your professional development. Is that accurate?
We develop most of our professional development with the AEA. Okay. Yep. And when we were, during our times of conditional accreditation, they were providing it all with the state appointed person. So this is a big lift, and I'm gonna tell you the two areas. These PowerPoint slides are here. I forwarded those to Carol. So if you want to see everything that's on here, she'll forward it to you, but I'm gonna hit the highlights. So in early literacy, we've done some resource mapping, and this is a huge thing for us next. We have to update our tools for our teachers. So we're doing some audits. The first thing we had to do was we purchased 95% in reading materials, which is an intervention piece. And now we're looking at our core instruction. So we're moving right into the heavy hitting piece of that. The other component that we are really focusing in on is letters training. And letters is language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. And it is the science of reading. It is rocket science. It's not, it is extremely hard. This training, it takes a long time to do, but once you have it, you can't unlearn it. The hearing and productions of sounds, the attaching sounds to a symbol, putting symbols together to make a word, making words make a sentence, and how all of that comes together is an actual science.
Did we have a chance to see that when we were down there?
You did, absolutely.
95% was the primary target.
Yep. So 95% was you saw our intervention block. So the very first thing we had to do was stop to get students the assistance. Now it's time to move in and start working on our core. So in terms of our early literacy, that's the focus. Our resource mapping and continuing to build the knowledge base of our staff. The second piece, and I guess I let Dr. Barney talk to this, is we're beefing up our coaching, but also in our plans, our ILDs are having, I'd say, regional, our accountability meetings at each building. So if you wouldn't mind kind of speaking to that, because that's what these two here, our infrastructures are.
Well, in these meetings that we have, we started last year, are kind of twofold. We have two, what we call them big rocks in the district. One of them is based on the literacy pieces at the elementary level. And then the second big rock, which has primarily been new learning for our middle schools and our high schools, has been around PBIS and the behavior supports and trying to create that climate and culture within the buildings. And so the elementary buildings started PBIS earlier and have a better grasp foundation of that. So when we do these quarterly checks, we've done our first one already for this year. Those checks have been on going all the way back to the beginning, which was the Growing Excellence Plan. And they were to identify what they were looking for the top end goals, big goals for the districts in the area of literacy in the area related to the climate and culture surveys, as well as in the culture piece for behavior. And so our dialogues then are now looking at what are the high leverage strategies that they're going to use to kind of get there. So at the high school level, when they say, hey, we want to see a reduction of the number of D's and F's, an increase in numbers of A, B's, and C's, what are the specific strategies that you're utilizing to do that? In the area of literacy, we're looking at what are those tier 2 and tier 3 interventions, how successful are they, and how often are kids getting access to those additional resources as they go.
So that is this section here, which I wanted to highlight, is part of our new structure, the implementation site visits. We used to get clipboards with checklists and walk into classrooms and mark off checklists, and it's more sit down, talk with the leadership, and then that's the building leadership's job. And the proof will be in the outcomes for students. And so that is, so we're early on in that, but I really think that system is going to really produce, because it puts the ownership where it belongs. It's not us coming in with the clipboard, it's the building, group developing their growing excellence plan and moving it forward.
And that, I had never heard this phrase before getting there, but the affectionate reflection of that was the clipboard mafia. It's kind of, we now are not seeing that anymore. That phrase is not being used. It is literally a conversation with them walking us through the work that they're doing versus us checking off a list of, did we see it, did we not see it? And they're showing us how they're demonstrating it.
Thank you, Willie. So going into, you'll see a very similar format. Our MTSS PBIS, one of the things that I'm incredibly proud of, and I know I say this here all the time, but with the response teams in each one of our buildings are now moving to more of a preventative side, where we had some major crisis happening and our communication was poor, our staff, the training was poor. And so moving forward, we host regular meetings where we bring our teachers in before school starts because of a tragedy that happened. In a district our size, that is a regular occurrence. And again, we're beginning to do resource mapping in this one and continuing a journey, because the PBIS is an individual journey. But the two big rocks that we're moving forward in this area is bullying and harassment. So common procedures when those things happen. And now we're looking at some SEL curriculum and curriculum mapping, because as we learn, if we don't teach the appropriate behaviors, then we're just find ourselves intervening our way out. Like the whole time of sitting here talking, the analogy of, well, why are all the babies in the river? Well, scoop the babies out, but then someone needs to run up and find out why all the babies are jumping in the river. So that's kind of what we're talking with this. We are developing systems for behavior. We have a long way to go that are supportive on the front end, and there's accountability to them, because we really have to create safe learning environments for our students. And I know that's a challenge all across the state. So with our new learning and our equity and learning director, we now have somebody carrying that load along with Dr. Barney in our district. Do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, one of the major things that put Davenport on the state's radar was the inequities within responses to behaviors and within subgroups and across the board. And one of the things that we really worked on over this last year was developing a consistent structure for how we were even defining certain behaviors. The easiest one I can give you is when we think about a disrespectful interaction between a student and an adult. We discovered that interaction could be classified into anywhere from 3 to 4 different categories. So as a result, you would see that same behavior pop up in one category in one building, or with one teacher, and a different category with the exact same behavior. And then as a result, it would receive a different consequence associated with it. And so we talked about the data was just dirty. There was no consistency within that data. And so last year, we ended up launching, going into the second portion of the year, clearly defined, where we said, if this interaction takes place between student to student, it's going to go into this category. If this interaction takes place between a student and adult, we don't care whether there was cursing involved, what it was, it's going to go into insubordination and defiance. Meanwhile, it was also being placed into previously disruption. It was being placed into disrespect. It was being placed, there was a verbal, there was just a bunch of things that was going into, so you didn't find it. So we've gained some level of consistency so that even breaking down what the difference was between an assault, meaning I put my hands on someone and that's the end of it, and a fight, which means two kids put their hands on each other, that even was messy. We've now got kind of that consistency there. So then the next layer was what we implemented this year, which is saying, when one of these categories happens, here's the range of responses that are appropriate for that category. And I'll take, for example, in one building, if a kid had 5 tardies, they got an in-school suspension or maybe even out-of-school suspension. In another building, they got a lunch detention. That's a very extreme range of a response to I'm not going to call it a victimless crime, but a fairly victimless crime, that we've used suspension, out of school suspension because you didn't go to school. Thank you. So, at home, when you don't mow the lawn, the response is you don't get to mow the lawn. The response is you're going to mow my lawn, grandma's lawn, and whoever else. You might even get to mow it with scissors. But anyways, but there's an appropriate response to that behavior. And so we've narrowed that down to kind of create a next level of a consistency to the response for those behaviors. And I think that in of itself, now that we can start working with cleaner data, we can now begin to identify if for a tardy, a student with an IEP receives 2.5 hours of a detention time, but a student without an IEP receives 30 minutes of a detention time for each time that happens. Now we can see there's some inequity because we're looking at the exact same data for the exact same set of students, and then we can determine, well, we need to make some adjustments there, or Black females, or whatever it may be.
Who's analyzing that data?
So that is a great question because that goes back to those systems levels. One of the big things that we've entered into is some work with Judy Elliott. And one of the things that she's helping us with is to identify at what level should each of these data points be getting analyzed. So as TJ talked about earlier, we've created this consistency for the board to be looking at it. Going to be the queen of data, right, for the board. The board is establishing the data wall. So my quick answer is the board's going to be looking at data. We have a district level team that's looking at data. We have specific categories. So our early literacy group is looking at data, but that can't stop there. It has to trickle its way all the way down to the building level SIT teams that when things are popping up, PBIS teams, so all the way down at the building. So we have it happening on all levels. Our next step is increasing the efficiency at which it happens at all levels.
The staff been really into that. Are they really sold and working strong with you?
On the data point or just?
On the data.
On the data point, we are a very data-rich district. It becomes how do you respond to that data? And that's where our next step is I think our staff is more than willing to respond to the data. I think what we've discovered, which is why we popped on the radar in the first place, was our ability to respond to that data has been in question, and we're getting better at responding to it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
So in terms of our thank you, that's spot on, Willie. Well said, where we're headed, where we're going, what we're doing. And that's an example of our structure. If our two other ILDs were here, they would jump in just in the same fashion, and our other directors. And Willie represents that system very well. So the last component here is there's an infrastructure. One of the pieces that's very important to us is that we have somebody centrally located that is constantly monitoring the implementation of things. And that group of people is comprised of people that represent the whole system, educators from principals, things of that nature. Teachers.
All the way through.
Yep, all the way through.
We have a board that's very intentional about using the phrase real teachers, i.e. meaning folks in the classroom. And we're intentional about making sure we have people that are on the implementation stage all the way to the development.
So the last component is engagement. One of the things that we really needed to do was re-engage in certain sections of our community. We've done a wonderful job at improving at this, and we have room to grow. Through going through our long-range facility process, we have had multiple committee meetings, what you would call like a town hall type meeting where anybody could come. We're also re-engaging our LCAC. That is a work in progress. We have two board members that kind of head that up with myself. And we're really trying to reestablish this as a group of people that really inform the board, not just a tokenized information. Surveys have become very popular. We just sent a survey out to every person in the district, 40-some thousand surveys. We received 10% of it back. That helped inform our long-range facility plan. One of the things we've been meeting with civic organizations, NAACP, LULAC. We meet monthly, review our data. One positive outcome from that is we just finished the professional development of the women's leadership group for NAACP, and they're going to be doing mediation, restorative justice, or restorative circles with students that are in conflict. And the women in this group are just powerhouses. I mean, they're awesome. They're like, we'll get in there. We'll help you out any way we can. We're like, this is what we need. And they've been trained by our leaders in the city of that. And that's going to be, I can't wait to see what that happens, because 84% of the 100 and some so far in the first quarter that entered into this restorative justice remedial conflict resolution had zero recidivism, or it didn't happen. So there's a strategy that works. So we're trying to train as many people that have the capacity to do that.
I want to celebrate TJ on that. The relationship with the NAACP, as with any community group, that community group, when they're coming to the table, they have questions, they have concerns, they have worries. And TJ has done a great job of moving the interaction between the school district and the NAACP specifically to one that sought out how can that organization support the district versus just being an accountability partner. We need accountability partners, that's important, but moving it beyond just show us your data, what are you doing, how are you addressing it, to how can we help you support that data? How can we help you be responsive to it? And that's been a huge piece of TJ's leadership.
Yeah, thank you, Willie.
Okay.
Yeah, Bill.
I don't know if this fits exactly in engagement, re-engagement, but one of the other pieces that I will tell you is if you go back before the previous scenario, the AEA and the previous superintendent, we had kind of a relationship that was like, yeah, you can come and you can listen and you can talk. As soon as you walk out the room, nothing's going to change. I mean, we actually, Shane Williams walked in here. I mean, Shane, two of our other top people sat on their leadership team for a couple of years and tried to get them to change as an organization and a district, and it wasn't going anywhere. Now, then you went through a period where, you know, the State Board of Education, the Department of Ed forced us to work together. And, you know, we got through that and we're done with it, but it's not like we're done. The district has continued to be engaged with the AEA. I think we have probably a dozen people at least, if not more than that. You'd probably have a hard time telling whether they're Davenport people or AEA people. We have a leadership network that TJ supported and directs the entire administrative staff to be a part of our leadership network. So we have a group that includes most of the districts in our entire area, send all of their principals, all of their administrative teams. We've been able to bring some really powerful resources in, which I think, you know, when you listen to some of what TJ is talking about, we're just supporting what he's doing as well. But there's been a complete different re-engagement, completely different conversation. TJ and I talk extremely regularly. I was very surprised when the meeting got moved up and I called him and he actually didn't answer his phone for a couple of times. To tell him to hurry up.
Anytime I pick my phone up and see 2 missed calls from Bill, it's like, whoa.
But I mean, you know, we've continued that engagement between our organizations. And I think, you know, I mean, it helps make us better and it helps make the district better.
One of the things that's been missing over the last 10 years is our leaders engaged in activities that allow networking, the AEA, IASB, SAI, things like that. And we're very excited to do that because we have the best human beings in our district. And so for them to be seen and see how other things are going, like, whoa, we got to get started on this. Or, you know, wow, people were celebrating us. So that's the last piece of engagement that I would share is that we have bi-monthly meetings with every other month meetings with every city in our district, their mayor, and whether it be their clerk or their administrator, to hear key issues. We found that we're developing a new C which are going to talk about those, but we're collapsing voids. There's lots of information voids. And when we jump in those with the right or just the is what it is data, we're able to get much better interactions with our community members and cities that way. Which leads into the last component. One of the things over the last couple of years, we've learned that we needed to make some serious changes. And so we branded those things that structurally we're going to do different. So the very first thing we need to do is we need to make sure everyone's voices are heard. And whether that be to parents all the way to the board, or whether it be just to our administrative team to work that through. So we call that cascading of information. These are the 3 C's in Davenport. I told you we're working on the 4th. So we're leaking that one. So the cascading of information is just how does it flow through our district? The calibration. So one of the things that biggest problems that we had is we had silos in our district. People weren't calibrated. And so the very first thing that we demand of our cabinet, of our cabinet with our administrators with their teams of teachers, they have to be calibrated with one another. If one of those areas gets out too far ahead of the other one, then that's where a silo may begin, or we may begin working against one another. And then the last thing is the cadence. At what rate do things come at us? So do we need to slow things down? Do we need to speed them up? Do we need to do it right now? Also, people do really well with routines. People can, when you have a calendar, a schedule, I can see what's coming for me. That's when things really begin to take hold. So those are our 3 C's, and they're starting to take root in our district. People are beginning, they're starting to take root when people use them to hold you accountable. So I frequently will get an email from someone. Yeah, are we calibrated? I didn't see this cascade. So, which is good. So what that looks like to us is our school board, for example, is take our data. If our school board's looking at, let's say we look at our dropout numbers, I guarantee you the cabinet's going to talk about it. Guarantee you our district leadership teams, DSAT, and then our buildings are going to talk about it. And then that's when the true change can happen. If we want to roll out something new, then we want to make sure this gets all the way to our community and that the information comes back. And our structures of our meetings that we do not miss, and we hold them true and have norms and everything. We have a superintendent's cabinet meeting, and we have an instructional cabinet meeting. And then our directors calibrate 2 times a week on key issues. So I know that if one of them's talking to me about, say, something that we want to do, I know that they've talked to the other 2. And then, of course, the cadence at which we do things. We're still working to do a better job of this, of communication. So we've done priority communications, regional communications. I've started to put out a monthly video. We've found through our data analytics that videos are digested about 5 times more than, I threw that number out there, but it's digested way more than a regular content. And I make videos. As a matter of fact, if you happen to see the latest video I made, I was wearing the same exact outfit. I do have other outfits. So that I know that's a lengthy presentation, but that's kind of our update from where we are. And now I guess we'd entertain any questions that you might have from any one of us. So,
TJ or any of the reps here today, what's been the response from your parents and students about this change in direction? Have you had any positive feedback coming your way, or I know there's always resistance to change?
I would say to highlight before, I think people are getting more information. I think they're digesting the information. I think they're being answered at the district level a little bit better. And I would say that we're still early in our process before to see any real change that people would say, oh, this is great. So while our inside of our system, things are improving, I think we haven't really moved the measure on our student outcomes. I would say that that's where, and we're headed that direction. The other thing is that we have so many things that we should have, while we may not be responsible for them, they are our responsibility. That's kind of the mantra that we're pulling for. For example, for the last 15 years, we should have been right sizing our district. So our board is heavily committed to doing that now. Well, you can imagine the feedback we're getting. So But we have to do it. We have to move forward in order for us to give our students what they need. We can't operate in an inefficiency. So anybody have anything to add to that?
I think the one piece TJ mentioned earlier was even around some of the district level complaints, because we're very intentional about we've got enough people that can at this level ensure that this level and this level are communicating, or I guess going the other way, communicating with our families. I think that's the biggest difference for me, that some of those complaints, I think from families, individual families, people felt like they were falling on deaf ears. And as a result, then you end up having cases filed and all those other things. But because we're very intentional about hearing folks out and making sure the people closest to the work are being responsive to folks instead of just ignoring the call when it comes in, following up and saying, have you reached out? And even, I'm gonna tell you, even at the superintendent level of reaching back down and say, hey, can you follow up and make sure that someone's gotten back to this parent on that? I've worked in a number of districts, and I can't say that every superintendent has been intentional about saying, can you make sure somebody gets back to this parent on this? I think it's a word, that higher level person might have thought that the complaint wasn't a worthy enough thing to respond back to. He's very intentional about, regardless of how simple of a thing it might seem, to make sure people are being responded to. That, to me, I think is the at least the initial data response to people to the changes.
And I can vouch for that as well. We just had a situation the other day when we had a meeting. I had mentioned something that if it had gotten taken care of. And TJ, he makes little boxes on his notepads and checks them off when they're done. And right away, he started making his little box. Oh, well, I didn't realize that slipped through. Let me get on this right away. And he takes care of it right away. So I know that there was a situation at one point when board members were calling this department, call that department, and TJ was pretty much out of the loop. So now we got to the point where it goes through TJ and it filters down, and you can see the results that things are getting done from the bottom up.
I would offer some comments if that's okay. And again, I've been here, I think, for the whole thing since we began this, and I don't know how many emails I received as a board member about things that were going on in your community. I don't get those anymore, which is great. It seems to me. I think you all should collaborate on a book and get that out. Here's where we're at. And I like the fact that you're saying we need to look at outcomes too. Okay, so down the road, academic outcomes, behavioral outcomes. I mean, that's really important. I mean, that's where we're going with this thing. So those things will come, it seems to me, as you implement what you're doing. And DJ, you're a real hero here in this whole process. And I know you don't look at yourself that way, but how much time all of you and effort you've all put into this. It's remarkable what you've done. Bill, your help, everyone's help in this whole process. So I'm excited for you and excited for your district. And I want to thank you for all the extra time that you put into this. It's just amazing. And seems to me we're on the fun end of this now. But keep pushing, keep pushing.
Mike, TJ and I had lunch yesterday, had just a meeting over lunch. And the conversation was all about the stuff that you would want it to be about the plans for the future. And I think TJ even made this, it's like, man, this is cool to have this conversation. So you're hitting the nail on the head of your comments.
Good.
Made it through, and now it's more like the normal conversation that should be going on.
A lot of those conversations that we had here weren't fun. This was fun. Thanks to all of you.
When do you expect the data or the outcomes to start aligning with the plan and the intention?
This year.
Yeah.
Yep. They're moving, right? So, for example, we're beginning to look at some of our behavioral data, and we expect when we implement something that it moves. So we've implemented some supports and accountabilities for students that choose to take violence in our schools, and it needs to move. We have implemented our reading interventionist blocks and added resources to those blocks. That's going to move. So we expect it right now. We want it to happen yesterday, and we know that we are such a large system that if we don't take the time to set the systems up right, then we'll just be right back where we were. And we feel ourselves doing that sometimes where we know if we buy this product and do this and do that, it would really be helpful. Well, then you look back and you've got 5 products stacked up on one another. So we expect these things to move, to be moving in the right direction this year. So it's just going to take longer to be at the 70 to 80% level proficiency, say at the 3rd grade level than we wanted to, but we expect it to stop and then move. So.
And to maybe add on that, from this board's perspective, at this time, there is no further recommendations for Davenport to come to this board. But they're still accountable to us for performance and outcomes, and that process doesn't end. And so we are still engaged with them, and that will still be part of their work. But I think it is, do you want to add something real quick? Okay. I want to echo, and certainly not cut off any opportunity for more questions, but where this district is and how they perform and how they work is just a tremendous accomplishment. And I'm grateful for all of you and your commitment to this. I'm grateful for this board. Hard decisions had to be made, but the future is what matters, and we're all on the same page now. And I want to congratulate you and acknowledge the hard work and the work you have ahead, and let you know that we will always continue to be your partner and support no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you.
Always like to speak because I've got a personal emotional connection to the district, Davenport North, class of 1988. This change is unwinding decades of bad practices. There's a reported case from the Iowa Supreme Court, Gabrielson versus Flynn, where the school board president sued the superintendent. And that's how governance looked in the mid-90s in this district. And that cascaded forward. So the fact that that is being unwound says a lot about sort of the long-term bad practices that needed to be rooted out. Was visiting with my Job-alikes at a national conference a couple weeks ago, and they were talking about how a couple of the states are exploring takeover of some of their more challenged districts. And the Iowa delegation piped up and said, well, we have a district that has exited from that, which grabbed everybody's attention. They want to know what you did. They want to know what we did, what this board did. So expect some national attention for this board, this district, this school board, for doing what many people thought might not have been able to be done. So congratulations and best wishes, and thank you for giving me something to brag about to my Job-alikes.
And if I'm one final comment, one of the things that I'm the most proud about is our school board. They are not afraid to jump right in and run to the hard stuff. They are outstanding, and they're holding everyone accountable. Everyone. And I couldn't be more proud of our school board. All of them. And they're a very diverse people. They don't have, and they are not afraid to have dialogue and move forward. Make a decision and move forward. They're putting the better boardsmanship practices in place, and everyone in here knows that that's what it takes. And they are outstanding leaders of our district. And so thank you for letting us come today. As a matter of fact, they're going to go receive for the second year one of 20 districts, better boardsmanship as a district. So.
Congratulations. Very well deserved. Thank you so much.
So real quick, we have lunch or we have Rappel. So we could adjourn for lunch and have some time to visit with them as they leave. We could go to Rappel, completely the wishes of the board. We're way up. We'll be back on after that.
Thank you, TJ.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
We want to adjourn for lunch or move on to the next.
Or Apple's only 5 minutes, isn't it?
When we started coming.
This says,
Rappel's what?
Pretty short.
it says 5 minutes.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's just do it.
Okay.
If the people are here.
I want to step up one second.
Okay, so RAPL.
Thank you for your time. I'm presenting to you RAPL program, Regent Alternative Pathway to Licensure. I have Amy Meyer here from the program today with me. You have received a copy of the report. The first part of the report has just a summary of how RAPL have addressed some of the questions and concerns we have had for them when we have reviewed the program. And the second part, there is an attachment that has the full report that we sent to RAPL after a site visit and the responses that RAPL gave us that led to that beginning part, that first report, that you will see that all the standards that were listed were met by the time that we sent the report to you and submitted that. I'm going to go over just some summary of overview of some of the major commentation of the strength of the program. This is one of the very good programs in Iowa. It's a little different from those, it's very different from the traditional programs that we have. The individuals with expertise, basically, who are not licensed to teach and who have the evidence of success in at least 3 years of the profession that they have served in, and so many other evidence that they are doing well in their profession, will be able to enter this program. And they do a very good job of vetting through those individuals. They have a lot of candidates. They don't just admit anyone. They have a very rigorous process for accepting individuals in the programs. When we were there, we saw people who were doctors and, engineers who have had successful life, who have retired early, who decided to now pick up and do teaching. And so it was very interesting for myself, my experience, to see that program and have the opportunity to talk with their candidates. This program is a little different from the traditional programs as far as the standards that we have looked at. So you have governance and resources faculty, program of study and assessment in front of you. And of course, clinical also is part of that program of study, which they also address. The first year of this program, the candidates are completing the program of study and getting the methods courses that they haven't got potentially in their previous education in their bachelor's degree. So a lot of the coursework is completed in that first year. And then the second year, they're recommended and receiving a BOEE licensure, an intern license, and are serving as a teacher of the classroom with all the responsibilities of a teacher in that second year of the program. Because of that, this program makes it possible for those who have full-time jobs and responsibilities to be able to still do the program, because their meetings are on weekends or some of them are online. And so the flexibility of the program allows those individuals to enter the teaching pathway who may not have otherwise been able to do that. Some of the major commentations, Amy was brought up, her name was brought up by every candidate that we talked with, every faculty, and everyone who reviewed the program were realizing how much involvement she had and how much invested she was individually to make sure that the program is doing what needs to happen and is successful and is good and the candidates are successful. The faculty involvement in K-12 and their engagement with the student, with the candidates, was outstanding. The candidates are non-traditional candidates in this program, and they all were talking about the very good relationship. Almost every faculty name came up when we did the interview with the candidates and the recent graduates of the program. The cohort that they are creating
it's a very interesting cohort. The candidates are working very well together and supported by each other, but also the program is providing an onboarding opportunity for them, where they also support their family of these candidates, understanding what goes into preparing to be a teacher. And that was very above and beyond what is expected. And everybody were talking about how it was very nice to even prepare our families to know what we're getting into, right? So there was so much more, but I'm kind of limiting. We have some more in the main report for you, the commentations. There were several concerns, and it's not surprising that we see some concerns, but there were some minor concerns, I would say, that the biggest one was the governance. Because of the lot of turnover due to retirement and different professions that people pursued, the governance team had a lot of changes happening. And because of that, we saw that the program coordinator was doing a lot of the work that the governance team should have done. And so that was brought up and it was addressed already. They hired they made sure that they have the full-time hire for all the governance team and those responsibilities that need to be done by the governance team, including the assessment, is now being done by that team. They also looked at the position description. So one of the issues when we see somebody strong, like Amy, in a program is that, okay, is this program sustainable if Amy was to leave that program? Or is it just gonna crash because she's doing everything? So that's why we ask for position descriptions, making sure that the responsibilities are defined in the positions. And so they did a review of the position gap. They defined the position, that what Amy's position is and what other positions they need to add. And they did a very good job of analyzing it and putting a plan in place and timeline on when they are hiring an additional individual. They already hired the individual that needed to do the assessment, and that would be provided by Iowa State, and that person is already in place. So by putting that in position description, it made it more streamlined and clear that who needs to do what. The program of study, there was no compliant concern. All the requirements were met. There were some recommendations, of course, for improvement, and they were able to address that. One of those recommendations was to oversee the curriculum and developing a curriculum map. The curriculum was communicated to the faculty, and there was an oversight by the program coordinator, but it's now improved to the governance team is taking a closer look and making sure that the scope and sequence of the courses are well aligned throughout the program. There was some feedback on the assessment. Most of there was 2 compliant concerns originally in the assessment, and both of that went back to that there was no assessment coordinator in place at the time, and the program coordinator was doing a lot of that assessment piece. And part of that, the other piece was that the program coordinator was overseeing it, while in Chapter 77, the governance team is required to oversee the assessment of the program. And they were able to address that. They have the assessment person, they have the plan, and the governance team is overseeing, and they have put that in a formal process that the governance team will be doing the program assessment piece. And with that, if there's any question about the process, I'm happy to answer, and Amy will be able to answer the questions about the program.
So Miriam, all the concerns that were in the report have been successfully addressed.
Yes.
I'm assuming that if they weren't successfully addressed, that they would not be here today?
They would not be here today. I wouldn't bring them for a full approval recommendation. I am going to recommend a full approval for the program. There was one piece that they have in the
in the response that they gave us, they had that the new person that they're going to hire is going to be hired in summer. And we see that because people are on contract. And so because of that, we ask for more evidence that they are having all the approval and that's going to happen in summer. And they were able to show us that approval. So I would say that's the only piece that we're waiting. But in the 1-year review, we definitely want to see that as they have provided us the evidence that they have hired that individual.
Could you just talk about the first year quickly? Just give me a refresh, would you, on what we're doing the first year with that program? Okay, what classes would be asked of a student and where they would go that first year?
So in the first year of the program, we start with an overview of education core and the history of education and learning in the United States, bringing folks into the profession and helping them transition from what they were doing previously to now understanding this new profession that they want to take on. We go right into instructional strategies and lesson planning, then assessment, then secondary methods, and then classroom management. And then we also add a piece that we call learning communities, which is kind of a top-down look at the school district and what surrounds the teacher in the school district as far as support pieces go. Through the course of that year, then our folks also do observations in classrooms and then 50 hours of clinical field experience. That piece is required by code.
Yeah, awesome. Good. Thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, I'll take a motion.
Move to approve.
So moved by Mike to approve the RAPL Educator Program. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Do.
Now we're
Any
running
other
time
bus-
for lunch.
Will happen after lunch.
Move to approve again.
Brian will dismiss till about 12:15 for lunch. So now we're at the Iowa Western.
Iowa Western, yes.
Ready for Iowa Western? So Iowa Western Community College is seeking reapproval. I'm not sure if Matt Mancuso is with us today, but he was the one who was planning to be with us today, and he is the Executive Director of Business and Community Education at Iowa Western Community College. They're seeking reapproval for their paraeducator generalist, and they have met all of their standards. Again, you have an overview in your packet, and I'll just go over some of the highlights. In the organizational and resource standards, they have met that one. They have been providing resources for their quality hands-on clinical experience. They have a 1-credit course with over 50 hours of classroom experience in the PK-12 setting for that standard. They have also met the diversity standard, and in that diversity standard, they have embedded topics of diversity throughout the coursework, and faculty ensure students understand their role in meeting diverse learners in that PK-12 setting. They also take 2 courses. One is ED 210, which is the foundation of education that discusses topics related to gender and disabilities and ethnicity. And then also ED 245, which is the exceptional learner, which focuses on those exceptionalities and cognitive exceptionalities, emotional needs, and also the talented and gifted. In the faculty standard, that too has been met, and the unit faculty maintain ongoing involvement with their paraeducators in the districts in which they are employed. And they also do projects such as reading buddy projects and internships with the district. And then in the assessment standard, they have done they use a variety of assessments, and they really do a lot of rigorous work with their students and have valid assessments throughout. And then finally, in their clinical, the students are enrolled in this ED 219, where they complete those 50 hours that I already spoke about earlier of observation in the PK-12 setting. And the teacher provides feedback to them as well with that experience. So with that, it's recommended that Iowa Western Community College get full approval.
Questions for Kelly?
I move we approve Western Community College Para-Educator Preparation Program.
Second. Moved in second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Okay, we get all those program approvals checked.
Now we're down to
Charter schools.
Yep.
Charter school funding and recommendations.
So what you have is this is the first report, correct? Find this report this is the report for the charter school law that went into effect 21. It's 256E. So what we're recommending is that this report go to the legislature. And in code, it's required that we do a report annually. If you notice, this is a really short report because both of the charters that were approved by you last March, they just opened this fall. So we haven't collected data that is required for this report as of yet. So pretty easy reading. Then the recommendation that we would make is that the board accept this report to be sent to the legislature.
We thoroughly discussed. Thoroughly discussed at the legislature.
We hope. I should have introduced myself. My name is Janet Boyd. I'm the charter school consultant at the department. Sorry about that.
Any questions for Janet? Assuming that in coming years, this report will be a little bit more, I guess, comprehensive because we'll have some data.
Yes, we'll collect data. They also will, that will be like the performance framework data collected from each charter also. And the other thing I would tell you is that we do have an application that came in November 1 for a charter. So we'll likely have more charters under this new law.
Okay.
Is there a report for the 256F?
Yes.
That's separate?
That's next.
So basically, we have fulfilling our obligations to send a report to the legislature through this reporting mechanism. Program findings and recommendations to the legislative report. Could need a motion to approve.
Move to approve this report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Nathan, second by Mike. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Jen.
Next report is the Charter and Innovation Zone Schools in Iowa Legislative Report. This is under 256F. This, under 256F, we still have 2 charter schools operating. And what we're recommending is that you approve this report also. I would note that the report contains data from each of the charters that's self-reported. So what happens is I do the beginning of the report, just kind of give some background and whatnot. And then there's 2 appendices. That's correct. First one is Storm Lake's data. The next one is West Central's data. And they self-report that data. I asked them to redact anything under 10, I asked them not to use any color, try to make their chart simple, but this is their report, their words. So one thing I would note is that West Central is going to come up for renewal in March. We generally like to do that in March in case, there's funds. And I am going to go up and speak with the principal and the superintendent and the counselor just to kind of see where they're, bring along what they need to do for that renewal. They've had some different staff up there. And then just talk to them about what they're thinking about renewal. If they choose not to renew, they have to have a board meeting stating that and the board has to decide whether they would not wish to renew. So I haven't, during the pandemic, I haven't gone on site, but I will do that. It's probably within the next couple of months.
So there's no validation of the data, it's whatever they report that you guys accept.
Yes. There's we could pull some of the data, but a lot of it's just so specific to that charter, they have to report on their goals. It would still probably turn out that we would report some of it, we'd pull some of that data, and then they'd still self-report some of it. So I'm not sure, maybe in the future, if that were a better way to do it, we could go that route. But we do pull some of the data too. I mean, we do collect, I shouldn't say that. We do collect some of this data also.
So this is another report we need to approve so it can be submitted to the legislature.
Can I just ask a dumb question? Why do we approve a report that we haven't, like audited and verified? I don't know. I mean, it feels awkward for me to say, oh, I approve. I don't know.
In the code, it talks about them reporting on their goals. And I would assume that, it's they're reporting on their goals. So.
Right.
Could the motion be framed that way, Brian, that?
I don't know. I don't want to make it more difficult. It just.
Well, that's why I asked if the information was validated or just self-reported. I mean, I guess if the history behind this, I'm assuming this report's been submitted for a number of years.
I've been here 12 years and I inherited it from predecessors. So. As a matter of fact, we used to just submit it without the board, without it coming before the board. We started bringing it before the board maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
It just seems to give a possible perception to the legislature that we did something more than just receive and file it. I don't know. I mean, next year, when you go to the 2 new schools, you'll be verifying things. Will that not be self-reported?
Yeah. I think now you're asking me to recall code that I don't have memorized.
Okay.
But I think that what I recall about the code was that it was kind of the code for this report in the new law was very similar to 256F. So I think that it's a little different in that there you have a pretty defined performance framework that they are to report to you on in June. So there's that. So they're to report on that performance framework in June, but what we turn around and report to the legislature is very similar to what this report is the way I recall the ruling code. And again, I don't have it memorized, but from what my recollection is. And I'm going to get some correction.
Not a correction, but just a clarification. So there's self-report data. There's data that we have also pulled regarding both charters' performance. Is there, speaking of triangulation of the data, is there anything in the data or the experience that you have that calls into question their self-reported data?
I mean, in 256E12 sub 2, the state board prepares and files with the General Assembly by December 1 annually a comprehensive report with findings and recommendations. Sounds like things we've found.
And the report that report and this report both have findings and recommendations. There's always on this 256F, let me find the right page. I do have recommendations. We do. Report. So page 6 are the recommendations. Very brief.
Essentially, we're just asking them to tell us if they have met the goals they established for being a charter school. That's essentially what we're doing, right? Right? I mean, we're just saying, did you meet the goals that you established? And whether they did or not, I guess we look at that as a department and then as a board and approve the report. Did you say there were recommendations and I missed that?
Oh,
Okay.
there is on page 6, we make a very
Page
brief
6, okay.
recommendation.
Right.
State Board will continue to examine the data contained in the appendices of this report, as well as additional necessary information to determine if the existing charter schools are meeting the proposed purposes outlined in 256F.1, subsection 3, as the existing charters come to the State Board for renewal. And then this is the code section. One of the things I would say is that there's probably a little more extensive report when they come before renewal. And if you recall, they come before the board, they'll bring, their in this case, the principal would be for West Central, and then there's actually a charter kind of director at Storm Lake. I think they came before the board in March of this year. They brought the superintendent, their director, they brought several students. I think they brought some board members also, and that's generally the procedure that we follow. And the board can ask, questions about their data at that time too. That data is also gathered by them and presented in this renewal.
I would move we accept this report and send it on.
It's been moved to accept the report and submit it. Is there a second?
I'll second that. We're accepting it, moving it on.
Moved and seconded.
That's what I said.
We have discussion. I guess I just see that this is something we may want to pay greater attention to, especially if we have more charter schools coming aboard. I agree with Brian that it's like, okay, we're accepting this. We really don't have a lot to go on. Although this is an annual report by the charter.
Yes, it is.
Whereas opposed that, I'm assuming that the charters are on a routine scheduled accreditation.
5 years?
It's the new one's 5. This one's 4.
4.
So 256F is a 4-year renewal. 256 is a 5-year renewal.
So when Storm Lake came to us last March, he said that was their, I guess, thorough report, accountability.
And those numbers are confirmed or verified in some way as part of the accreditation process. Department.
No. No, we have not had, as we were discussing, we have not had any reason to believe that we're not given, and I would say too about, the numbers they were reporting to us, for example, for Storm Lake, they talk a lot about, college credit. Their focus is to give students, non-traditional students, the opportunity to go to community college. They'll actually even retain kids an extra year. They don't graduate them. They are able, I shouldn't say retain, that's probably not a good word, but they stay with them to complete more community college courses. They're generally, first year or first in their family to go on to any kind of post-secondary opportunities. That's kind of their focus. The West Central's charter is focused around kind of the same sort of thing, getting kids community college credit, post-secondary credit, and they will report, number of kids that have completed an AA, number of kids taking college courses. And they also, both charters will report their aggregate Iowa assessment data too. One thing I would say in this particular report is I did note that Storm Lake has seen a bit of a drop in their scores, probably a function of coming off a pandemic, I would guess.
I think maybe to clarify, though, was your question that as part of the accreditation process, information is verified differently than as part of this report?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
That would be yes.
Okay. Yes.
But we don't accredit charters like we accredit public school districts. It's not quite the same process.
Do the charters do financial audits every year?
Well, their financial audit would be part of the district's financial audit.
Okay.
And then as part of what I report or I gather from them is I always, I verify, this is something I do verify that they don't have any, they're not, can't think of that term because I'm looking at her. There's no negative.
Negative unspent balance.
Yeah, yes. Negative unspent balance. So they report that to me and then I also verify with finance to make sure that that's accurate.
Any other discussion on this recommendation? I'll call for a vote. Those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The vote of the submission report is done. Okay, let's see, we've been jumping around here a little bit. Go back to sequence.
Yes.
The monitoring update.
I'm Cassandra Klein. I'm the Bureau Chief for School Business Operations. Janet and I are presenting this next charter report together. A lot of the concerns that were brought up are actually conversations that we've been having about how to best monitor the effectiveness and sustainability of the new charter schools that began this fall. And so this is what we will consider an incremental report. And this is something that we're going to do for at least all new charter schools as they're established, begin that monitoring process earlier than just an annual report. Pursuant to Iowa Code Section 256E, the department does have that duty to monitor the effectiveness, and the state board also is required to monitor that performance and sustainability. So we thought as many questions as we've had as the charter schools have begun surrounding finances and programming and such, that we would begin that monitoring process now so that by the time we get to the end of the year, there aren't surprises about what's happened between now and then. We also want to ensure that Offer and Teach is being met. We also want to ensure that we're doing what we can to support the financial sustainability of these, the charters as well. This proactive approach sounds like it meets some of the concerns that you guys just brought up, at least for the new charter schools also. So I'm glad to hear that we're of the same mind on that. So the goals of our report is threefold today. So one, we want to open the monitoring process. We want to verify the implementation of all of the required statutory statutory requirements. And then also inform our staff as we further proceed in the process as the charter schools continue the school year, what we can best do to support the charter schools' efforts. We requested information from each charter school in multiple areas. Those areas are programming, student success, staffing, finance, and their governing board. And so we're going to present Hamburg's information in those 5 areas. We'll take questions along the way. Feel free to interject as we're reporting, and then we'll look at choice charters in the same 5 areas. Again, please feel free to interject with any questions or comments as we go through. Janet will get us started with programming for Hamburg.
Hamburg Charter School, programming and course offerings. The charter was requested to provide a list of current course offerings. The charter shared multiple pictures, offerings, and experiences the students are experiencing. Given the area that Hamburg serves, the rural area, it's kind of an isolated area, we were excited for the students to have these wonderful opportunities. It shared numerous pictures of different really enriched things that they were doing, and this aligns with the charter's mission. After reviewing the list of course offerings provided, the charter does not appear to be offering the required courses to meet, offer, and teach as defined in Educational Standards Iowa Code, Section 256.11. The charter has foreign language and a PE waiver granted as part of their application. Although they are meeting those requirements, they are offering those things. We won't be able to verify offer and teach until the beginning of the second semester. And the charters, just like school districts, will report in the student reporting of Iowa system of like what students are enrolled in courses, what courses are offering, what students are enrolled. So the department will work with the charter to determine what, if those requirements are met. The department will follow up with the charter to discuss formalizing practices and procedures to align charter school experiences with student learning standards and competencies. Student success. The charter was asked to provide current pass-fail numbers for each course offering. The charter reports that all students are passing at this time. Staffing. The charter was asked to provide a list of current staff, including titles. The staff licensure aligns with the course offerings in most instances. So what we do is we look at what they provided us, and then we look at fall beds. The charter continues to recruit teachers so they can expand enrollment. The science teacher is teaching with a substitute license, and this is allowed if the BOE is notified. So there's a procedure that they need to do, but they need to continue to advertise for that position.
Excuse me, Jen, how many students are enrolled there?
35.
35, thank you.
I knew we have it someplace. So the other thing I'd say about the science teacher is that the charter continues to work with this teacher to get, if this teacher chooses to get the appropriate license, they're working with the teacher. They also continue to advertise for this position per the BOE requirements.
Is this the only issue with offer and teacher, or are there other issues?
This is a staffing issue at this point. No, this wasn't the only issue. The charter reported 16 people working for the charter school. However, there's only one teacher reported in fall beds, and that's one of the ways that we verify. We can verify on this end is the fall beds reported. So, the way that they reported to us, their staff, they gave us a staff list. When we looked at beds, it didn't align with the list that we got. And I think this is something we will work with them on, or no, this is something we can work with them on or to get these two things to line up.
What are they missing for, what concerns do you have about them meeting offer and teach specifically?
Offer and teach specifically, I can tell you that real quick. Like,
are we 912 here?
912.
Okay.
Yes, 912. They only have four units in English language arts. They need 6 units. They had 4 units in social studies. They need 5. they had 5 units in math, they'll need 6. They had 3 units in science, they'll need 5 units. I did not see evidence that they have, they're offering health, which they need 1 unit for offering teach. PE, fine arts, world language looked like they were going to be okay with. Vocational education looked okay. Although I would tell you about offering teach for CTE. For CTE, we really heavily rely on our CTE staff here to help us to make sure that that we're all on the same page for that. And the financial literacy and computer science, which are newer requirements, it was kind of unclear with what they provided, whether or not they're offering those things. And those would all be things that would be in 256.11.
Are these staff members full-time? All of them part-time, full-time?
So we're not sure. And that this is an area of opportunity that we need to continue to work with the charter. So in full bid staff, they should have reported the percentage of time that any of the otherwise employed by the district staff is working within the charter school. So what we've seen in full bid staff, and that's our application where they report to us their staffing, they have 1 teacher listed under the school. However, outside of our applications, we asked for a report, which included the staff, and they listed staff of 16 people. So we don't know, however, how many of those 16 people, how much of that FTE is actually attributed to the charter school.
Sure. That'd be interesting.
Sorry, imagine this is just like a reporting system, kind of confusion or like?
I think it's a few things. That's a great question. So one of the things is there's some, I think there's just some unclarity between which expenditures belong to the district as a whole and which expenditures belong to the charter school. Those aren't that's a little bit later in the finance section, but those aren't differentiated. So they're not separately tracking all of those expenditures. For example, they have a charter school administrator who is also the superintendent of the district. So the way that we've seen the information so far, 100% of the superintendent's salary is being attributed to the district. None of it is being attributed to the charter school. So if none of the salary is attributed to the charter school, we're not really sure how that works, because either they're spending dollars that belong to the district that should be spent on those students on charter school costs, or that, do you understand? So we don't know yet, and that's why we're digging in now, because we want to figure out these things. We want to make sure they're doing the right thing. And we already have meetings scheduled with both Choice Charter and Hamburg Charter to follow up on a number of the things that we're talking about today.
The other thing, I just kind of understanding, keep in mind that the charter law doesn't allow for exceptions to licensure. So a charter school has to obey the same rules as a public school district in regards to licensure. So that's like.
Let's try to get my head around this thing again. So 16 faculty members, and we know that Hamburg sends some of its kids to neighboring districts, right? So I'm wondering if those kids go to neighboring districts as well. I mean, they're not there at Hamburg all day?
So 28 of the 35 students are Hamburg residents. 7 of them are from other districts. The way that these classes are set up, we're not sure if they're also paying tuition somewhere else for these students to attend another district. However, that's not reflected in the financials, but is a good follow-up question as far as the programming that we will follow up on. As far as the 16 FTEs, or the 16 people that were listed, they're not all teachers. There were some teachers, some staff, support staff, and some administrators. And so we just have no idea how much of those are actually spending their time at the charter school.
Yeah. But did they keep their elementary?
Yes.
Can't remember. They did.
Yeah,
Yes.
they have their.
School as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
they had a PK 8.
Right.
And then with this charter, they served 9-12. They had, prior to getting the charter, they had an agreement with Sydney to tuition out.
Right.
And I think that's what you remember.
Yeah, right.
We had asked that they keep that agreement for students who did not wish to.
Required.
Yeah.
We required.
We required them to keep that in place in case a student did not wish to attend charter.
Okay.
So of the 35 students that they have enrolled right now, they actually also shared that they turned away students because they just didn't have the capacity to serve them. So they see that as a real positive leading into next school year and anticipate that that program continuing to build. As a reminder, in a couple of years, they look to be full capacity around 60, 65 students. On the finance data, there's a lot of work to be done here. I'm not at a point where I'm going to say they're doing anything necessarily wrong. We just need to work with them to, I think, get the reporting correct and make sure that they're actually doing the things and reflecting where they need to reflect that they're doing the things that they're supposed to do. I'll just give a couple of the maybe overarching general concerns. So one of the things that we asked from both charter schools was to provide the year-to-date actual expenditures, and we gave that from July 1 through the end of October. And then also an annual line item budget, and then also what their projected budget is for the remainder of the year. Their budget for Hamburg only included salary, benefits, and instructional supplies. So, which is great to prioritize. However, there are a lot of other requirements of the charter school that are not reflected in their budget. Some of those are business insurance, so they're statutorily required to carry business insurance because remember, while this is an attendance center of the district, it is legally a separate entity. Attorney fees, we do know because of conversations with the district and the charter school that they have engaged the services of a law firm and to set up their business with the Secretary of State and with the IRS and such. And we did not see any attorney fees included in that. So we're also looking at rental expense. We do know that the charter school is held within the district buildings. And so we would anticipate seeing some sort of rental expense between the charter school and the district. Transportation costs, one of the celebrations that Janet mentioned was the field trips that they're taking. We didn't see any transportation costs or anything that would support that they paid for that from charter school funds. And then salary for administrators, support staff, and other personnel. So the only salary they included was of the teachers.
Okay, so what dollars are they generating this year beyond the 7 students that are being tuitioned in?
So, yep. So they have, assuming all the students complete the school year, they will receive in state aid just over $265,000. However, yes. However, the budget that they have submitted that only included the instructor salary, benefits, and curricular supplies was $285,000. So we're just unclear if the costs are being attributed correctly between the charter school and the district, as we know that, or we anticipate that most of the staff is actually shared between the two. So there may be some shoring up about how much of an FTE really needs to be attributed to the charter school versus the district. And we would anticipate those numbers to change. So, but otherwise we are unclear on how they would account for any budget shortfall.
When do you think you'll have clarity on some of these, the budget, the next couple months or?
Yeah, that's a great question. So our plan, based on any conversation today or comments from the state board, Janet and I are going to finalize a follow-up list of questions for each of the charter schools that we're going to send to them either at the end of this week or early next week. And then we already have meetings set up with Choice Charter the week after Thanksgiving and then Hamburg the following week. So we don't expect this to take long. We hope that when we tell them these are the things that we identify, assuming that they're doing the right thing, they're just not able to illustrate it correctly so far, we would anticipate that we would be able to get that cleared up pretty soon.
So maybe at our January meeting, we could hear that hopefully things are on track.
Sure.
That things are.
Be happy to provide an update.
Or if there's other issues, we can hear about that too.
So is Hamburg required to offer and teach what a normal high school would be? I know you said there was an exception for foreign language and.
They could have asked the board for a waiver when they applied. They did ask for a waiver for PE and art, which that was you approved that. That was part of their application. They could have asked for a waiver for any of those components in 256.11. I guess I'd have to ask a legal, I think that charters can come back before the board and ask for any significant change in their charter. And I'm assuming, I'm looking at Thomas, that they could ask for a waiver in a future time. Is that correct?
They could always rebargain the contract. You could always rebargain the contract with them if the data would suggest that offer and teach needs to be adjusted. That's a possibility.
Do charters do anything with the AEAs?
Yes.
So
Green Hills?
they could buy resources from there, or they could use resources from the AEA to meet some of the things they're doing. Where's that? Hamburg is in Green Hills AEA, and then Choice is in Central Rivers. Okay.
And the last comments we have for Hamburg are related to board minutes. So at this time, the governing board for the district and the governing board for the charter school are actually one. And so we don't have any separate board minutes, or we're not provided with separate board minutes. The board has been meeting once and assumedly taking care of all business at the same time. Because of that, it's just unclear if the charter school finance data has been discussed by the board separate from district financial data. We're also unclear how any expenditures for the charter schools being approved, they have the same audit and allow requirement as school districts. And so we're not sure, we're just unclear how that is being met. It's also unclear how staffing is being approved. So those staff that are teaching for the charter school also, it's just unclear how those are being assigned and if the governing board of the charter school has approved those contracts between the charter school and between the district. So we'll be reviewing some required board policies. I do believe that Hamburg as a district is a member of IASB. So I would hope that they would look at some of those governing board best practices and apply that to the charter school as well. Any other outstanding questions for Hamburg?
Are they required to have separate boards?
They're not required to have separate boards, but they are required to specifically approve charter school expenditures and to take care of the business of the charter school specifically. It doesn't have to even be a separate meeting, but there does need to be specific board action.
Yeah, you'd have to really post that they were meeting, that one thing.
Yes.
You'd have to publicly post that we were meeting concerning, what is the name? Is it Hamburg Charter School?
Hamburg Charter High School. Yep.
They'd have to post their meeting that we were meeting on this date and time, and here's our agenda.
I agree. And it's just unclear that that's been occurring.
At what point would we do a site visit? If someone would actually go to Hamburg and say, we got a mess here, so let's take a look at this and see what this looks like. I hate for us to get behind on the curve here. We have in the last few years gotten behind it for various reasons, not necessarily our fault, but on some issues like Davenport and Mississippi Bend and a lot of other things. I'd hate to see us get behind the curve on this one. So could you answer that question? I mean, under what circumstances would you say, gosh, we better go take a look?
My understanding that we can visit at any time.
Mm-hmm. And I agree, Mike. And that's why we wanted to get ahead of all of this and be proactive about the monitoring, is because we did have concerns and we were able to identify some. And by just asking some of these simple overarching questions, we've identified a lot more things that either I think they may need additional guidance, but for sure they need to just have somebody state, very clearly that these things are not being done. So I would certainly be willing to visit any of the charter schools. I know that Janet would be as well. So whatever team, any of a fiscal visit, programmatic visit, I think our next couple of conversations with the charter schools will help determine the severity of some of these things and whether or not they are actually occurring. We just haven't been able to demonstrate it yet.
Okay, thank you.
Could be growing pains too, as far as something there.
But all the back office, all the financial accounting, that all happens at the school district, right?
It would for Hamburg, yes. And the SBO that they have, I'll also just say, she's a brand new SBO. She already is a shared SBO between Hamburg and Essex, and then also bringing in the charter school too. So I believe she's She has a great mentor. So as she has questions about things, I know that she, just being in conversations with them, has been reaching out to the mentor. So I hope that she continues to reach out to the available resources to seek assistance if she doesn't know what to do in certain things.
So maybe this is just an allocation issue, what goes on what part of the budget? It's all the same budget, right?
Well,
With two parts? Or?
so they receive specific funding for the charter school outside of the district, and they should be using their school level reporting chart of account numbers in order to
So the same
to
budget
identify.
that the sponsoring school district would do, they would have the same line items and chart of accounts and all that.
Reasonably so.
Okay, so maybe not exact. I'm just trying to think, it seems like there's no need to reinvent the wheel here.
Agreed, but I also don't know that Hamburg has a line item budget. So one of the questions that I asked of them is whether they work with some of the local associations that provide that actually provide a lot of those financial planning services.
Is Hamburg technically a sponsoring school district? Because there are two separate entities.
They are two legally separate entities. The charter school at Hamburg is an attendance center of the district, but they are not the district. They are actually a legally separate entity that's a nonprofit entity. From an accounting standpoint, and versus keeping two sets of books, they actually can just code within the chart of accounts. They can code a facility code of 0175 for the high school. They should be able to account for all of the expenditures and revenues under 0175. We should be able to easily run any sub-reports to split that data out.
One thing I can run into situations too, as far as, they may not have, the charter school may not have money, but as a district will make payment in kind as far as.
Keep in mind too, from a programming standpoint, it's more expensive to run a high school generally, and they'd have some different, they're not running a parallel high school, they're only running this charter as a high school. So some of the costs of running a high school would be different than running the rest of the programming that they're doing.
But every high school student that attends there should have the same opportunities for coursework as any other high school, as far as required coursework. And then, of course, the vocational angle is, which I love the vocational angle. So it's, okay, how can this work?
Yeah, they're doing some exciting things for them.
Yeah.
Are there other pathways for them to kind of meet those requirements? So like, if they can't meet with like Offer and Teach, they're doing so many different courses, like can they get kind of meet the standards or, by doing a course in something and saying that they're, like competency based and so that, like you meet this requirements of having to sit in class for instruction kind of thing?
They could do some competency-based work. They also could utilize online. Online is really, actually there's certain things that you can do with online courses to meet Offer and Teach. There's kind of some structure there where there's some leeway there. There's a number of approved online providers in the state that they could utilize. There's also e-learning central here with the courses, and so there'd be there's some I'd say I can't think of the options or opportunities.
And also just reiterating what Thomas said earlier, they could renegotiate the contract to request additional waivers as well.
I would just say you guys do a great job. Just so impressed with all the things you do, but this is one I'm really concerned that we really figure these things out. The fact that we don't know some of the things that we're talking about today is not good. So someone again needs to follow up on that. And again, it's not meant as criticism to you. It's just, again, maybe we just don't know, what's going on. But anyway, thank you.
We agree. We're taking it seriously, and we also agree that this needs to be, we need to learn more.
As charters grow, it'd be good to get these procedures in place so that we can make sure we're.
Set precedents.
Yeah.
I think we like the idea of the incremental checkpoints, especially within that first year, just to make sure they have implemented all of the things that they're supposed to be implementing. So it might be And maybe as part of the next work session or something, we might bring a plan about that, plan for monitoring the effectiveness and sustainability, since there's shared responsibility. That's welcome.
Well, I think what's really coming from this process is having a really consistent framework of what's measured. And I think that's one of the things, and even as I've been just thinking about all of the things we approve with accreditation, and I'm just reflecting on the paraeducator reports, and that there's things we look at with governance and programming and all of those pieces. So it's really consistent amongst each of the programs. And all of these things, while their programming goals might be a little bit different, all of the fundamentals of them being successful are consistent. And I think that positions the board well as we're looking at new charters and new opportunities. If we have a mechanism and a framework to say, here are the things that we are consistently going to look for, to Brian's point earlier, it gives us a way that we can say, this is what makes sense. So I like where you're going.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on Hamburg? As we'll move into Choice Charter. All right, in Choice Charter, just as a reminder, this is an all virtual school. So while they're located in Union, Iowa, all of the coursework is actually online. So Janet, we'll get us started off on the program.
Programming and course offerings. The charter was requested to provide a list of current course offerings. Through narrative, they were to compare this list of course offerings that they have currently, and then any anticipated change in course offerings that they have, throughout the year. The charter offers the required courses to meet, offer, and teach as defined by Iowa Code Section 256.11, plus additional opportunities. The charter clarified which courses were currently being offered and which courses are being developed. In order to verify that the charter has met, offer, and teach, so what we're saying is potentially they offer enough to meet, offer, and teach, but in order to verify that, we need to determine if there's students enrolled in the courses. So you offer the courses and then you have students enrolled in the courses. Student Reporting of Iowa does collect this information, as it will do that for Hamburg also. So that's one way for us to check that. And we really can't totally verify that offer and teach is met until after the second semester. Courses were classified as core and elective, and it was unclear if the content, there was some duplication of content between core courses and elective courses. And if that's the case, if there's duplication of content, then we can't count it twice for offer and teach. But even if that were true, it appears from what they're offering that they should be able to meet, offer, and teach. The charter courses offered are 100% virtual, and we're going to solicit a little additional information about the mechanics of the virtual settings, such as what kind of LMS they're using, and cybersecurity measures that they're taking to protect personally identifiable information, which is PPI or PPI. Then the charter did not request a waiver for 279.10 subsection 1. I hope I'm saying that right, which is the requirement for the 1080 hours or the 180 days under, this is also noted under chapter 19.11.2H. The charter is competency-based, therefore, so seat time, the Carnegie units don't apply because they're using competencies. But the charter does need to have availability for students for either the 1080 hours or the 180 days. And the department is going to follow up on how they are monitoring that time. Student success.
Can I add one thing? Just to put that into context, they started on September 6th and they have a 166-day school year. So we know the 180 is not being met. So we have identified that. And so we have identified that additional follow-up is necessary to meet the 1,080 hours. Go ahead, sorry.
So they could do that. We just don't know that they are. The charter was asked to provide current pass-failed numbers for each course offering. The charter reported that no students are failing. In addition, they reported that they do not fail students. And it was unclear exactly how the students, how their progress is monitored, or if the charter at any given point could determine the progress towards course completion do the competency-based grading scale, and that there's no common measure to determine whether the student's on track. A future data point, a future data point will be, progress. We would want, let me say that so it makes more sense. A future data point that we might gather would be progress towards graduation. So one of the reasons why we would be interested in this is because the target population for choice is students that would be, over age and credit. And it would be good for them to be able to say, XYZ student is on track to graduate. So it wasn't clear whether that could be done with the information we were given. Staffing, the charter was asked to provide a list of current staff, including titles. There are 28 charter school employees, including 13 full-time and 15 part-time, totaling 20.25 FTE. The student to staff ratio is 1 to 4.75. And the charter has provided, we believe the charter's provided students with experienced staff, the staff licensure, when we look at what Offering Teach is asking, and we look at the licensure, it appears that staff licensure aligns with the course offerings.
Moving to student enrollment. The charter began the school year with 65 students enrolled. On certified enrollment count date of October 3rd, the charter was serving 86 students. And the last report from the charter school on November 4th, they are serving 96 students. Just a quick, some financial context here, since we talked about the 166 days, is that any student that didn't begin at the beginning of the year and who doesn't matriculate or who doesn't progress to the end of the year, they are paid, or they generate dollars based on a per diem basis. So the amount of funding for each of those enrolled students is different. It's not that simple, tuition amount plus a supplementary weighting. It's actually a prorated amount throughout the year. So when we think about their projections, we don't think about 10 additional students being that tuition times 10. It's tuition times 10 times the prorated amount. So one of the things that we looked at with the charter school, choice charter, was what is your projected year in, because that has been a big point for them, is that they are continuing to build that school. So one of the projections that they provided, and they provided multiple, was that they continue to add 5 students a week. So I didn't see that for the last month, but I'm not sure what they based that projection on. That was one of the things that they suggested. They also talked about potentially a big marketing campaign in December, January time that they believe might generate an additional 100 students to start off that second semester. They also talked about one model of ending the year, right? So we don't know at what point those students would be added, but ending the year with 246 students. And then in another one, they talked about ending the year with 300 students. So again, it's unclear how the projections were derived. It's also unclear if they're looking at any of those students that might be eligible for early graduation, because again, on that per diem basis, when you align that student enrollment to the finances, it's just really difficult to say how many students are going to generate how many dollars when you don't know how long they're actually going to be there throughout the year. And it's also unclear if the charter considered dropout rates. So remember, their target market is actually the overaged, undercredited. And so I talked with Jay Pennington, our bureau chief here, the bureau that works with all the student data, and he tried to get some information about dropout rates, and one of the most recent, kind of without COVID data, in 17-18 we had about 4,000 dropouts, and through 21 about 173 of those had progressed to graduation. And so so I don't know how they're measuring the success rate or retention rate for all of the students that they do bring in, but it appears they're measuring that at 100% when they're talking about some of these projections. So we're going to try to get more information about how they're actually generating some of those projections.
So does every student there have a state ID number?
Yes. Yes, so we're able to track them back.
Okay, so then they're transitioning from whatever school, they might have been out of that school a year or so before they became, I get that. So really the accountability piece is a good faith I guess, to verify when somebody starts and when somebody exits. When do they exit them? There's got to be some criteria. If a student is enrolled on, let's say, November 1st, they go great guns for the first month and then they just kind of drop out of sight. When do you exit them eventually? I don't know.
I think that's a good question to follow up on from a program quality standpoint, because in a face-to-face school, we can see if you're there or not, but in a virtual school, there should be some sort of requirement for participation, and attendance means this. How are they counting them absent? Because one of the things that they actually have to report to us through certified enrollment is the days that they attended. So between the day that they started and the day that they're exited, whenever that is, they have to let us know how many of those days they were absent as well. So there's got to be some sort of policy for us to review on that. I don't know that I mentioned that for Hamburg, but for both of them, we haven't seen their board policies. There are a number of board policies that the governing boards were required to implement. And so we did see, at least in choices where they've taken action to approve board policies. We didn't have a list of those policies though, so we don't know whether or not those align with the required policies. But as part of our follow-up, we're going to be asking for all of those policies as well.
So is this totally competency-based? I simply take a test at any point and say, I know this material, I'm done with that class. Because we have 166 days that we have to offer, right? I mean, we have to be there for those kids for 166 days, but they maybe only have to be there 100 or 25 or whatever days, depending on their ability to pass that sort of GED test.
That's what we're going to learn more about.
It could be, they could test for competencies. They could have some like project-based type things that show competency. I mean, there's a number of ways to show that.
Okay.
And that would be good if there were.
We wouldn't drop a kid because he's only there half the time. We'd say, it's okay. Just keep going. Is that the approach they're taking? Ultimately, the idea is that you can pass the test.
That they're competent.
Yeah, right.
They've learned.
Demonstrate that in some way.
Yeah, that they've met the Iowa academic standards. They're still accountable for those.
I'll also say that part of their model is to provide, recognizing the population of students that they're targeting. They're also working to, at least in the information we've been provided, but not yet able to verify, is they're working to engage those students every day, either with a teacher, a tutor, or both. And so hopefully if they're doing that daily, then they have a lot more touch points in order to verify and be more accurate about that information that they're providing. But that's part of what we're going to learn more about so we can answer those questions.
Thank you.
You mentioned before there was a per diem. Is there a requirement of so many hours to get one day?
There's not. Actually, how the per diem, and this is
You could be there an hour and you're.
They don't even have to be there. It goes from the day that they are enrolled until the day that they're exited.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So attendance is, because the way that it's looked at is they were prepared to serve that student. Whether the student attended or not, the district still had to incur the cost to be prepared to serve the student. And the district, whoever is billing or whoever is paying, assumed that they were prepared to serve the student.
But they should have that data. Did they attend on such and such a day?
Yes, and they're
They should be able to
required
do
to.
that with each student.
Yes, and they do report that through our student reporting in Iowa. So we get that on certified enrollment, which this year was collected on October 3rd. We'll get it again in January for the winter SRI. We'll get it again in June for the spring SRI. And we'll be able to see throughout an entire year how many days every single student attended. All right, just a few notes about finance. So again, they were requested to provide year-to-date financials, year-end projections, and the annual budget. And so they did provide the line item budget, but the level of detail that they provided actually generated maybe additional questions. So one of them, for example, was that there's a line item for background checks, but the projection for the entire year was to spend zero of those dollars. So we're really unclear on whether background checks are being provided or not, which is statutorily required for staff, for teachers. So that's one of the things we're gonna follow up on is what is that process? What is the HR policy that, that the district or that the charter school is following to implement that? It's also really unclear, Janet mentioned this a little bit from a program standpoint, but also in the budget standpoint, it's just really unclear how they're paying for any sort of learning management system, any curriculum and curricular supplies. They're just not in the line item budget. So I would have expected, given the detail that they provided with other things, I would have expected to see something that I could recognize as that. So that's a point we're going to follow up on as well. It's also really unclear, given the projections that they provided, whether or not those are going to have to be scaled as far as staffing goes, if they do increase to 200 or 300 students, and how that would affect those projections. There were just a number of assumptions that I think we're going to ask for as far as how those numbers were provided. So this year, the charter school's annual budget is just over 2.1 million. So I provided some general notes about their current enrollment versus their budget and compared to their projected. So if the current enrollment is used, let's just say starting today, they don't add any more students, they'd have a budget shortfall of about $1.5 million. However, they also have access to a $1 million innovation grant, so they'd be a shortfall of about $500,000. Everything that they've provided to us says that that's not going to be the case. So it's really which projection model is going to be closest. We don't know, so I thought I'd just give you a couple of thinking points. So if they were to add the 5 additional students per week, the charter would have a budget shortfall, including the innovation grant, of about $100,000. So if they did maintain that 5 students a week, then they would be pretty close. I don't know how they would address any budget shortfall, but that at least gets them close there. Excuse me, if the charter school met the 246 enrollments that they're really shooting for, that actually is about 7 students a week that they would need to start. If they did that at 7 students a week, they could actually meet their budget. Without the innovation grant, so put the innovation grant aside, the charter would need to be enrolling about 20 students weekly through the rest of the year in order to meet their budget needs. So again, that all of those students that if they're adding 5 a week, we look at that per diem rate that goes down the longer or the further along in the year that they would enroll. So what does this look like for next year? Because I wouldn't assume that they would have access to the innovation grant for next year. So what does this look like as far as sustainability piece for next year? So next year, if they kept the same budget of $2.1 million, they would need to serve 280 students from the beginning to the end of the year. So again, that's not taking into consideration any potential dropouts, which I think is necessary to include make some sort of assumption about that rate, just considering the population that they're serving. It also doesn't address any early graduates, which again, considering the population that they're serving, I think there's a potential for early graduates as well. Again, in the follow-up meeting with the charter, we're going to look at how the enrollment, the staffing, the financial projections all work together.
For the 280, they may have to serve about another 100 students because you have students coming and going. I'm just throwing out a broad number here.
Possibly. I think they need to start building some assumptions about what that might look like. And then as part of their tracking throughout the year, they'd have to monitor those underlying assumptions and continually look at that model. It doesn't appear that they have much in the way of flexibility when it comes to dollars. So I think they're going to have to monitor it a lot more closely.
Well, and what's their ideal student to teacher ratio? Because are they going to need more? Is their budget accurate for teaching professionals as they grow? I mean, I realize that they're a virtual model, but I don't know how the teachers are supporting the students right now. And how contingent are the students on the teachers for success and retention?
Agreed. And we don't have the detail of any of that data. I think we could ask for. Yeah, we sure can. I know that they expect that level of engagement to be high. And so because of that, I would expect a little bit higher than normal teacher plus supports.
Well, and I know it's super skewed right now because you said it's 1 to 4, 1 teacher to 4.
No, staff.
Right.
All staff.
One staff to,
yeah. So which is pretty high, which tells me that they have room within their current staffing model to grow students. I just don't know what that threshold is where they would need to add another teacher, another support staff, and another para or tutor, or however they're modeled. Another thing that we didn't even put into this at all is special education costs. So Choice Charter happens to be serving 10 special education students. And so we've made sure that they're working with the AEAs. They've been in contact with our special education team here to make sure they're holding the IEP meetings, they have access to the correct information, and they're reporting them correctly to generate dollars for the district and those types of things. But from a finance, so program stuff, we think we've taken care of and given them the correct guidance so that they can do the right thing. But from a finance standpoint, some of those dollars, depending on the IEPs that they need to implement, that may cost more money up front. Now, the special education, any actual costs can actually be billed back to those districts, but those costs wouldn't be billed until the end of the first semester for first semester programming and end of the second semester for second semester programming. So we're not sure, given the inflexibility of their finances, how they're going to sustain a lot of those things. So those are some of the questions that we're going to ask too, to make sure that they're able to serve those students that they're enrolling.
Is that $1 million innovation grant a federal grant or a state grant?
It's a state grant with federal dollars.
Federal dollars.
All right. I will give a couple of comments about the governing board and the minutes that we reviewed. So again, we requested board minutes from July 1 through whatever the most recent board minutes board hearing was. So minutes reflect hiring an unidentified list of teachers and mentors. So we're not really sure who was hired. We don't know if the salaries were approved at that time or just the hiring of the people. It's possible some staff contracts and administrator contracts were approved prior to the beginning of the year. Again, we only requested board minutes back to July 1. But the minutes, and this is pretty concerning, and this is similar to Hamburg, it doesn't reflect that the board is approving expenditures. So this is something, again, that's similar to or the same as school districts. They're required to audit and allow all of those expenditures. The August board meeting minutes indicated that the board is only scheduled to meet every 3 months. So considering the lack of conversation reflected in the board minutes around enrollments, enrollment projections, any finance data, finance projections, meeting only every 3 months is actually really concerning as well. So that's going to be something that we definitely talk to them about to see what the philosophy and thought process is behind that and how those requirements of the board are still being met given those the long pauses between them. So we will also, we're also going to suggest, working to identify some best practices for governing boards and alert them that we have a great association here in the state that I think that they'd be eligible to be a part of. And if they don't use them, that's fine, but there's definitely opportunities there that we want to talk to them about, make sure that they're aware of those resources that are out there. So some final parting thoughts about both of these. We really are going to make it a priority and have been making it a priority to work with the charter schools to make sure that they're doing what the statute requires them to do to make sure that they're serving those students the way that the legislature and this board intends that they are served. And we'll provide any incremental reports as necessary. It sounds like we've been directed to come back in January to provide an update of what we found, and we will plan to do so. Any other questions?
Looks like you have some tasks ahead of you.
It is concerning that, they don't have a handle on their expenses, but they're talking about growing. That's the worst thing they could do until they know what they spend and what the break even is. Mm-hmm. I think we all know that you don't become profitable in the for-profit world or sustainable in the nonprofit world by just getting bigger. Mm-hmm. So I think you guys are on the right track. Sounds like a huge job.
Thank you.
We do have a break scheduled. I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break and then we move on.
Guys ready for a break?
Good thing is you guys are on top of it.
Let's take a quick 10-minute break.
We have the fall enrollment report.
Yeah,
Jeremy's with us.
good afternoon. I'm Jeremy Varner. I head up the Division of Community Colleges and Workforce Prep at the Department of Education. And one of the division's roles is serving as the state office for community colleges. And one of the main functions we have is describing our system of 15 community colleges with policymakers, with the board, and with the general public. So what I have for you today is a quick overview of our fall enrollment at our community colleges. We collect data on the fall semester enrollment each year on the Tech Business Day. What I'll be talking to you today about is credit enrollment only, not non-credit. Basically, what you have is the freshest data that we have. This is the enrollment in this current term. You're actually going to get more comprehensive information on last fiscal year in January. So the timing's always a little confusing. But this is the freshest data, but only kind of surface level credit enrollment. And then January, we'll do our condition of community colleges report, which is a deep dive on everything the institutions do comprehensively for last fiscal year. So it is still, even though it's just fall, credit enrollment is still an extensive report. Iowa's community colleges enroll more students in terms of headcount than any other sector of higher education. So there's a lot going on. I have with me here, you can feel free to ask questions as I go through this. I have with me Vlad Basas, who is leads our data team, community college data team, really knows his stuff. So if you have any really detail-oriented questions and the technical, he's going to be the best guy to answer them. And I'd also like to acknowledge Dr. Dan Lee, who led preparing this report. So let's jump into the takeaways. So fall enrollment this year is up for the first time since 2010. 2009, 2010, we had this kind of huge enrollment surge. You'll see that in the report on page 1, with the Great Recession, right? So community college enrollment is in part counter-cyclical. So we're pleased to see enrollment growth this fall, particularly given the tight labor market, right? Normally, we would expect to see some decline. So Iowa is bucking this historical trend and bucking a national trend in terms of having enrollment growth this fall. So we're really pleased to see that. So enrollment is up 0.6% to just over 82,000 students. This growth is not evenly distributed amongst our institutions. 7 of our community colleges are up, 8 are down this fall, but we are seeing more institutions seeing growth. Students are continuing to shift from full-time to part-time. This is a trend that's been going on since our data, since at least sometime in the mid-1970s, so for a very long time. Part of that's driven by growth in concurrent enrollment, but this fall we're also seeing growth in traditional student enrollment, those students that are in that 18 to 24 range. Yeah.
I might have missed it. Was this on the credits or discounting kids?
This is headcount.
Headcount?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we also have credits and that we report in this report, so you can make that as well. But we're talking about headcount.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. So we do have a decline in non-traditional student enrollment this fall, which is to be expected. Again, tight economy, but traditional students and concurrent enrollment students are up. One trend that we are watching that we're a little nervous about is that immediate enrollment is still down. That's basically the students who just graduated from high school in May and are showing up in the fall. That number is still down a bit. So we're watching that. We're hoping that'll change, particularly as our community colleges bring the college career transition counselor initiative with districts to scale and some of the other things that we're doing. But right now that is down. Online enrollment.
Sorry, do you think that's down because are more students maybe graduating and then maybe, such a tight economy, are they going to work and earning money instead of going, do you know why that's down or?
Why immediate enrollment's down?
Yeah.
So we're up in terms of our traditional age students in the 18 to 24 range. So there might be something going on with timing. The short answer is we don't know. We don't know. It's our non-traditional student numbers that are still down, and that's not really surprising. But why our immediate enrollees are down isn't exactly clear.
Okay.
Yeah, and online enrollment is down this fall, 4%. That's not entirely unexpected. We did have kind of huge surges in online enrollment. We're still above pre-pandemic levels, so no surprises there. So let's talk a little bit more about the high school enrollment because we are seeing significant growth there. Concurrent enrollment is up 4.2% over last fall. Our high school students that are enrolling in community college coursework now account for 45% of our headcount enrollment at our community colleges and nearly 29% of community college credit hours. We're really pleased to see continued growth. Sometimes the board is asked, are we reaching a saturation point or whatnot? I don't believe that's the case. I think that's what I told you here a year or two ago. We continue to see significant geographic inequities. There's opportunities, but we are pleased to see the growth given what research tells us about the benefits of concurrent enrollment. And we're still in a very position relative to other states that are trying to catch up in this front.
I wonder if your success is not what is driving this group of kids not to go to community college right after high school. I mean, some of them are going to skip you where they might normally have gone to community college. You're so successful at concurrent enrollment, it seems to me, that some of those kids, and I hear these stories all the time, they're graduating with 30, 40 hours.
Yeah.
And, does that mean they skip you?
So there isn't a significant percentage of students who are completing their associate degree while they're in high school. That number is there and it's growing, but it's not most students. Most students are taking, not taking that heavy level of coursework. Part of the goal with concurrent enrollment, what research tells us, is that students are more likely to go to college in the first place. They get exposure to college, they get a sense of what that rigor, they build a transcript. They're more likely to go to college rather than going sort of, nowhere or directly into the workforce, right? But there are a lot of factors. So could we end up being generating more students going to four-year universities? That's certainly possible, and our state's economy needs that. And we're definitely building transfer pathways that would help support that. But for the most part, our community college enrollment on the whole is still at historically pretty significant levels. As you can see from the chart, it still remains very high. So we're not certainly not substantially eroding the overall enrollment with concurrent enrollment.
Concurrent enrollment, I think I probably ask this every single time, but in terms of, diversity and concurrent enrollment, because I think this is a great opportunity, for diverse students or minority students or students with barriers,
right,
kind of get ahead and not be able to get college credit for free and not have to pay that on the back end when they graduate. So is that going up, I guess, for minority or diverse students and our students with barriers or low-income students? Do we know that?
That's a great question. I don't think our fall enrollment report breaks that information out, but our annual joint enrollment report that I bring to you in March does in great detail. So when we come back and talk to you in March, we'll have that data broken out extensively. And it is something that we think we want to bring focus to because we know there are significant inequities in access. Iowa's actually got a great approach to concurrent enrollment. We have a median student approach, broad access, and it's generally widely available. In some states, it is just, top performing students have access to college courses and whatnot, and there are significant equity problems with that. That said, we still have significant equity problems in terms of our implementation. And that is something that we need to bring focus to as a state. And so that's something we're spending a lot of time thinking about, but we'll specifically draw that out in our March report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so moving on to what students are taking. We were pleased to see enrollment in career tech programs is up 3.2%. That's more than other program areas. So students are really looking at those career programs that are going to get them skills that are going to help them in the economy. That's more nursing students, business students, these kind of things. Our thinking there is has to be in part driven by growth in our career academies and regional centers and state investments in things like the Last Dollar Scholarship, providing financial aid for students for pursuing those high demand career preparation. Switching gears to the arts and sciences side, we wanted to draw out that we're also seeing results in terms of the state's transfer major initiative. Those of you that have been around this work for a little while may recall that as a part of our larger guided pathways effort as a state, we have implemented transfer majors to provide clear, structured, programmatic pathways for students that are planning to transfer to four-year universities. This was really a state-driven activity, and we have nearly now 5,000 students that are enrolled in transfer majors. That's up over 27% over the prior year, and we feel like this is going to have a significant impact on student success and degree completion, more efficient pathways for students. We will have the data to show the results, and so right now we've got the students enrolled. They have to actually complete before we can come to you with the outcomes, but that is something that we'll do, and certainly the Community College Council will hear about that in some depth. Switching finally to student demographics, male student enrollment is up 1.1%. There's a lot of discussion right now about males coming out of high school and not showing up in higher ed or the workforce. So we're pleased to see a little growth in the male student enrollment. Female student enrollment is also up a bit. Enrollment of students with minority, racial, or ethnic background is also up, particularly the Latinx student population is up quite markedly. With that, that's the quick overview of fall enrollment. Do you have any questions?
No, it's just encouraging that we're bucking the trend.
Guys do a great job. Thank you, Jamie.
You bet.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah.
We have the annual condition of education report.
Analyst here. Hello, everybody. My name is Jason Crowley, and I'm a consultant in the Bureau of Information and Analysis Services here at the department. I'm filling in today for Jay Pennington, who's our bureau chief, to present to you preliminary, or not preliminary, but a preview of the findings, kind of highlights from the 2022 Condition of Education Report. The condition report covers broad or wide variety of content across the spectrum of PK-12 education. So today we'll be touching on kind of a few highlights of those. But the full report we're targeting for release on Monday, next Monday, on 21st, as well as a launch of the companion online condition of education website. So what I'll actually be talking about today, I'll touch on some student demographic information, how that's shifted over the last 20 years, as well as how the distribution of students across the state has shifted over the last 20 years. I'll also touch on some new content we added to this year's version of the report, since teacher workforce has been kind of a hot topic across our state for the last few years. We wanted to expand our reporting in that area, look at retention of teachers from year to year, breaking that out by teacher characteristics, as well as the retirement eligibility of our teacher workforce. And so we can start planning on, not that we're not, but so provide data to start planning around what proportion of our teacher workforce is eligible to retire, not necessarily going to retire, but reaching that point. And finally, if we have time, I could touch on just that companion website that I talked about. So that's something that we're actively working on expanding to cover the content that is in the paper version of the report that I'll be presenting here today. The benefits of that website are that you can dive a lot deeper. It's interactive, so you can go down instead of the state level results that this report shows. You can dive down to the district level and get a lot more depth. So without having to scroll through the 250 pages that are in the paper report. So first here, we'll take a look at student demographic information for Iowa Public Schools K-12 students. In fall 2022 compared to fall 2000, the total number of students, as you can see, has stayed roughly the same over that period of time. There's been shifts over the years, but right now we're roughly at or 1% above where we were at fall 2000. The makeup of that student population, however, has changed quite a bit. So you can see in the top row, minority, racial, ethnic students make up 26.8% of our K-12 student population, fall 21, compared to 9.7% of our student population in fall 2000. So our K-12 student population is much more diverse than it was 20 years ago. And that's a trend that's following the nation as a whole as well. The largest increases have been in our Hispanic Latinx population, as well as our Black or African American student population. And I should have said, feel free to interrupt me at any point in time if you have questions or want to discuss. Otherwise, I'll just keep plugging along. So that's an idea of kind of our student population's racial ethnic makeup, but how are those students distributed across the state? And that's something that has shifted quite a bit as well. So just to kind of give you some grounding in what this table is showing, we're breaking out student population by district enrollment size. So each row in the table is identified by the first column, looking at the number of students in a school district. So for instance, in fall 2000, there were 27.8% of school districts in the state had between 600 and 999 students. That number has dropped to 21.7% of districts in fall 2001. So we've seen the largest drop in that kind of that middle-sized district, whereas all of the other district size categories in that 20-year time period have increased a little bit. That's the number of school districts. When we look at where the students or what percent of students are enrolled in those districts, that has changed quite a bit more. And that's what the right side of this table is looking at. So the highlighted cells at the bottom in our largest two district enrollment size categories show us that in fall 21, 11% of our largest districts in the state are educating over half of our student population, or about 54% of our student population. That's compared to back in fall 2000, it was about 9% of districts educating about 46% of our K-12 student population. Kind of like we saw with those middle-sized districts, we were having a smaller number of those. We also saw the largest decreases in the number of students being enrolled in those middle-sized districts, whereas the largest increases have been in the largest districts in our state, 7,500 plus enrollment size category. And also, there has been a slight increase in the very smallest districts in our state, 3% increase for those districts enrolling less than 300 students. Okay, so this slide is jumping into looking at student performance and specifically student performance on the Iowa statewide assessment of student progress in spring 2022 compared to a couple of different years, which I'll get into here in a second. The ISASP is our statewide summative accountability assessment that all students in grades 3 through 11 take every spring, with the exception of spring 2020. We got a waiver from the U.S. Department of Education due to the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. So as far as what we're showing here, we're looking at, in the top table, comparing spring 22 results to, when I say results, we're looking at proficiency rates. Spring 22 results to the previous year, spring 2021. Whereas in the bottom table, we're comparing spring 22 to spring 2019, which is the most recent pre-pandemic assessment results that we have from the ISASP. Within each table, we're looking at each cell's looking at a different combination of subject area in the rows and grade level of the students in the columns. An up arrow corresponds to if the proficiency rate for that grade level subject combination went up at least 1/10 of a percentage point. A down arrow is if a proficiency rate went down at least 1/10, and then a diamond represents staying the same. So looking at just to provide an example of that, so if we look at the very top left cell in the top table, we see that the English language arts proficiency rate for third graders, for all students in the state, went up between spring 21 and spring 22. So to take a step back, the results are mixed. As you can see, there's a lot of up arrows, a lot of down arrows. Some trends we can kind of pull out of this, though. There were large proficiency rates largely did rebound across the three subject areas we're looking at between spring 21 and spring 22, particularly for the lower grades, grades 3 through 8. Whereas there were continued decreases for high school grade age students, particularly in the subject area of mathematics. As we take a step further back and compare, okay, so where are we at relative to before the pandemic hit? That's what we're looking at the bottom table. Math proficiency rates are down basically across the board with the exception of third grade, which remains the same as in spring 2019. English language arts is a little more varied. In the high school grades, we see that we are below proficiency rates from spring 2019, and grades 3 through 8, it's a little more mixed. Science proficiency rates have increased from spring 2019 to spring 2022. And that's a very high level summary. It's very difficult. There's a lot of combinations of grades and a lot of also different ways to look at student performance. So this is an attempt to do it kind of a very condensed format, but the condition report does dive a lot deeper than what you're seeing on this slide. So I'll pause here just in case anybody has any questions on this particular content area. Okay. So to take another look at the same, to take another look at student performance, I should say, the next few slides are going to look at the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP, results from which were recently released the Spring 22 administration, which is the first administration post-pandemic. NAEP is the nationally representative. It's administered across the country, and it's been administered for a long time. It's our way of kind of measuring what students can do in these different subject areas and being able to compare across states. Whereas all of our state assessments, since they're on different scales, it's a lot harder to do that comparison and be comparing apples to apples. These charts on the screen here are looking at the average scale scores for Iowa in the yellow lines and national public schools in the black lines in the kind of combinations of reading and math grades 4 and 8 that are assessed by NAEP. So very the high level, average scale scores did decrease in Iowa in these content areas, but there was only only math grade 8, there was a statistically significant decrease. The other three, there was not a statistically significant decrease in Iowa's average scale scores. And that does kind of set Iowa apart because if you look, there were only 6 other states in the country, or 6 states total, I should say, in the country that only had one statistically significant decrease across these 4 grade subject area combinations. There were 38 states across the country that saw statistically significant decreases in at least 3 of the content grade combinations. So it's definitely not good news. I mean, we did see decreases, but our rankings kind of relative to other states did increase compared to spring 2019. We didn't fall as far as some other states. So not great news, but there's at least a little bit of a consolation prize there.
Do you recall some of the states that bucked the trend?
I do not, but that's something we can.
Well, I was just curious.
Yeah, I know the only one that sticks out in my mind was the Department of Defense was one of the other entities, at least not state, but I don't remember the other states. But,
is there something that's like statistically significant about math grade 8? I mean, I kind of recall that's where maybe it starts getting a little bit harder. But it seems like that's where it starts kind of going down. So is there something that's, I mean, is there like a reason, or it's just, I mean, coming out of the pandemic, I understand, but I mean.
Right. I don't have a reason for it. I will say that this, I mean, we're back a slide. This does align with the results that we saw with our statewide ISASP assessment. But as far as what is driving that decrease specifically for 8th grade students in the math content here, I don't personally have an answer.
The board should note that the NAEP tests are given to a random sample of students in Iowa. I'm not sure what that random sample number is compared to the state test, which is taken virtually by 90+% of students.
I've heard 1%. 1% is what I mean. Is that, and it's the same schools every year that take that test?
It seemed that way in Iowa Falls.
I think the sample is redrawn with each administration, but once again, I would have to. Our NAEP coordinator, Tom Dieter, would be, I'm sure, happy to talk with you more in depth about the NAEP assessment. To dive a little deeper into the NAEP results, these next two slides are looking at, once again, scale scores, but looking at, rather than just the average or kind of the middle student, we're looking at the full distribution. So the 10th percentile, the 25th percentile, 50th percentile, to the 90th percentile, and how those percentiles or those quintiles of the distribution have changed back from the 2009 administration up through the 2022 administration. And unfortunately, what this data the story this data tells us is that our lowest performing students are the ones who have seen the largest decreases in performance across that period of time. For instance, on this side, we're looking at just math. The next slide is looking at reading results. But just to provide an example, math grade 4, the 10th percentile scale score dropped 12 points between 2009 to 2022. So that does show that we do need to be paying attention to kind of our lowest performing students in the state, because they are being left behind is the right term, but their performance has decreased the most on the NAEP assessment. And the results are pretty similar. This is for the reading assessment, but once again, the largest decreases have been for the students kind of at the bottom of the score distribution.
That was almost anticipated though, wasn't it?
It was definitely kind of a narrative that, or speculation, kind of throughout the pandemic while we were waiting for these post-pandemic results, that could definitely be the case, and it seems to have come to fruition. And I should note that that's not necessarily just a post-pandemic phenomenon. We're comparing 2009 to 2022, and there were decreases, for instance, between 2009 and 2019 as well. It wasn't just between 2019 and 2022.
This is administered internationally, so it would be interesting to compare that with Finland, Singapore, whoever.
So the NAEP is only administered in the U.S. There are internationally administered assessments. I think PISA.
PISA, yes.
Is the one that comes to mind at least. Okay. But this definitely allows us to compare to different regions of the United States.
Okay, good.
So the last kind of content area I'll dive into is looking at the teacher workforce. Like I said, we are wanting to expand our reporting in this area. Specifically, the items that we added to the report are looking at teacher retention rates and some longitudinal trends there, which you're not seeing on the screen yet, but in the next slides. And then teacher retirement eligibility. This is just providing a little context on the overall teacher workforce or full-time public school teachers in Iowa. And I should also say that the data that you'll be seeing is from fall 21. So we're currently in the midst of collecting data through our fall bed staff collection for fall 22. So this is all kind of a year lagged. But overall, we have about 4,400 more teachers in the state than we did 20 years ago. And the total number of teachers stayed flat between fall 2020 and fall 2021. Fall 2020 was, and this, I say flat, a difference of 2 teachers. And that's where we're seeing the bottom row here. Fall 2020, that is kind of the peak number of teachers, kind of looking historically in Iowa. And the rest of the sides here, or the rest of the table here just looks kind of at the characteristics of those teachers. So the teachers now compared to 20 years ago are a little bit younger on average, have a little bit less experience, which you would expect with younger teachers. A slight increase in the percent of female teachers, a very slight increase in the percent of minority teachers. And you will note that a few slides ago, we're looking at the racial ethnic makeup of our student population, which is about 27% of our K-12 students, minority students, whereas only 3% of our full-time public school teachers are from a minority racial ethnic background. So that, particularly since there is growing literature about the benefits of seeing students from your, saying students being matched with teachers from the same kind of racial ethnic background, that is something that monitoring.
The increase in teachers, the teacher leadership program.
Yes.
Has to have a big factor in that increase. I'm not sure what that factor would be, but I would hazard guess it'd be more than 50% of that increase would be with the teacher leadership.
And that's something we can look at kind of with the introduction of the teacher, the launch of teacher leadership. You can kind of see the increase. I think, and forgive me, but was that in the mid 2010s or around 2015 or so?
I believe so.
I like to 15.
Isn't the number of students down in aggregate? I thought, I know the numbers released by the community school district in Dubuque were significantly down.
So I think the connection is a lot of TLC roles do not serve directly in the classroom, so they're serving a more support role.
Oh.
So we have more opportunities.
So we do have a real shortage. This isn't telling us that.
Well, there's a few more slides.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
Wait, you're rushing ahead.
Okay, so I do, before I explain the drop here, and kind of what we're showing, I do want to provide context. On the previous slide, we saw that the total number of teachers from the previous year basically remained the same. With that being said, the retention rate of teachers did drop from, as you can see, we have 2 lines here. The blue line is looking at the percent of full-time teachers from the previous year who retained as full-time teachers. The orange line is looking at the percent who retained as licensed staff. So for instance, if a teacher went into being a principal, they'd be counted in the orange line, but not blue line. So the percent of teachers who were retained between, in this case, fall 2020 and fall 21 did drop about 5 percentage points from the previous pair of years. So what that's it's telling us, we kind of filled the gap since the total number of teachers remained the same. We filled the gap by hiring more new teachers. Unfortunately, our data doesn't let us go too deep into where those teachers came from. That those could be teachers new to the profession. They could be current teachers who were teaching in private schools or from out of state. They could also be teachers who took a year off or retired and came back to the profession, or teachers who were not licensed staff but became full-time teachers through our educator program, for instance. So we're not able to dive too deep into kind of the granular sources where they're coming from, but that gap that was created by fewer teachers coming back in fall 21 was filled by new hires. But this is one of the new content. This is looking at kind of all teachers combined. There's also a selection of charts that look at the retention rates by different teacher characteristics, district characteristics, things like that. So there's a whole slew of new data in the report that looks at teacher retention. And there's also a few maps, like I said earlier, looking at teacher retirement eligibility. So this is looking at the of all teachers who were employed, full-time teachers who were employed in fall 21, which of them were eligible to retire, I should say, at a normal retirement age. We're looking at 3 different criteria a teacher could meet, and this is kind of leaning on IPER's normal retirement age guidelines. If the teacher was at least 65 years of age, they would count as eligible to retire for the purposes of this chart. If the teacher met the rule of 88, their age plus their experience was added up to 88 or more, or if they met the rule of 62-20, where they're at least 62 years of age and had 20 years of covered employment by IPERS. So if they met any of those 3 criteria, we're counting the teacher as being eligible to retire. This map is looking at the percent of teachers by district that are eligible to retire or who were eligible to retire in fall 21 when this data is from. And then you can see the color, the grading scale, the darkest is 30 to 33%, whereas the white corresponds to 0 to 10%. I'm going to progress here, and we're going to look at what this map looks like if we look at forward 3 years and if we look forward 5 years. This is still looking at just the teachers who are full-time teachers in fall 21. But you can see a lot more teachers start to kind of meet normal retirement age as we kind of project forward.
That's in 3 years?
This is in 3 years. So this would be in fall 24. And then in 5 years in fall 26, a lot more districts. So the kind of the plurality, or most districts in the state have at least 10% or between 10 and 20% of their teacher workforce eligible retirement in 5 years, or eligible to retire in 5 years. And there's also increases above that as well. I do want to emphasize that this is of the teachers who were employed in fall 21. So there's going to be a lot of teachers in that period that do retire, and new teachers coming into the workforce who won't be eligible to retire. So this is just kind of projecting forward, but just to give an idea of, as of right now, as of this snapshot, what can expect kind of the teacher workforce population looking for. Okay. So I want to pause there. I talked a little bit about the online condition of education. And we have added, or we'll be adding with this update, a new report on student assessment, going into a lot of the same data we looked at before, which will let users dive into district level and different measures of student performance as well on the condition of education report. We're also planning on, over the next couple of months, adding reports or interactive reports that look at those same teacher workforce, new additions to the paper report that I talked about, but I know I'm running the end of my time here, so I want to give you any chance for questions or additional comments.
Any questions? This report's available online.
It will be on Monday.
On Monday.
On Monday.
On Monday. And that report is pretty extensive.
Yes.
Our long-term or medium to long-term goal is to shrink the length of the paper report and migrate more of that to the online website to make it a little more digestible.
Thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you very much.
All right, School Budget Review Committee.
Good afternoon again, Cassandra Klein. In addition to being the bureau chief for the Bureau of School Business Operations, I'm also the School Budget Review Committee liaison. The committee met on October 11th of this year in a regularly scheduled session. They also held their annual work session that day. And so today I will give you a summary of the action that was taken and the additional items that were discussed during the work session. There was one committee informational item. The cash reserve levy was reported. So in March of each year, we look at the preliminary cash reserve levy. And then in October of every year, we look at that final cash reserve levy. Out of 327 districts, 180 were unable to levy for cash reserve. And of the 139 districts that did levy, 62 of them did so at the maximum level that was allowed. 4 districts had the ability to levy, but did not. And the final FY23 levy is $191,705,000, down about 6% from the 2022 cash reserve levy amount.
So basically, if you can't levy for cash reserve, means that you have more than sufficient dollars in the bank.
Yes. The committee also directed any late filers of the fiscal reports to appear to provide a corrective action plan. This year, we did have some technological issues with the reporting, and so the normal September 15th due date did get pushed to September 27th. We did still have 3 late filing districts. Hamburg filed their certified annual report late. Sydney filed their certified annual report late, and Waco filed 2 reports, the special education supplement and the annual transportation report. So again, all 3 will be creating a corrective action plan to implement a process that will prevent them from late filing in the future, and that will be presented at the December hearing.
There was a lot of grumbling in the field about technical difficulties. Was that how you termed it?
Yes.
And I know that the extension was appreciated, but for some, I know the extension, if it would have been announced a day or 2 earlier, would have saved a lot of late night hours trying to get the report submitted.
Yes, we have the certified annual report application went online about 2007 or so. And since then, we have the same application. It's like you build a house and then every year you add a little bit more to the house. You guys have seen those, right? You know what they look like. And our application looks very similar. Our IT department has prioritized looking at ways that we can try to prevent those technological difficulties in the future. So one is a rewrite of what's stage 4, which has more edits and warnings than the other 3 stages. So when you go through it, it just takes that much longer. So sometimes that bandwidth becomes an issue. So they're thinking of splitting that. And another kind of concurrent solution is that the department is looking at moving some of the applications to the cloud. And that will actually allow us to flex some of that bandwidth when we need it. So when the car is open, we can provide additional bandwidth. And then when it's closed, then we close down that bandwidth back to the practice reports. So I think that the combination or either one of those, as soon as they're able to be implemented, will also proactively address hopefully some of those issues. The SBRC reviews requests for modified supplemental amount. Traditionally, those are based on actual costs, but sometimes they're actually based on anticipated costs. So in cases where anticipated costs are provided, the department then follows up the following fiscal year to ensure that any modified supplemental amount or spending authority that was awarded based on those anticipated costs was fully expended for that reason. And any amount that was not is actually awarded as negative spending authority in the following year. So this year we did have one district who had opened up a new 4-5 building and so was able to ask for the initial increased staffing costs and that modified supplemental amount. Based on the initial request of $181,000, there was about $6,000 that they did not spend for that purpose. So that negative modified supplemental amount was awarded. Additionally, we have 4 districts working toward 2 and 2, working toward reorganization effective July 1st, 2023. So Southeast Webster Grand and Prairie Valley will become Southeast Valley, and Algona and Luverne will become Algona. We had action taken for 3 districts that had a request for modified supplemental amount based on hazard abatement. Those were all asbestos. We had 2 districts that actually submitted a certificate of need, which is required if a district is going to spend save dollars on infrastructure costs if one of the following 2 conditions are met. If they have a district enrollment of less than 250, or if they have a high school enrollment of less than 100. So we had 2 districts submitting separate requests. One of them was approved and one of them was tabled to December. They are asking the district to appear to provide additional information before that decision is considered again. The committee also engaged in the annual work session conversations. There was a lot of good information, a lot of big items and some little items. So I'll bring to you kind of the bigger discussion topics. IASB, so the Iowa Association of School Boards, actually came to the hearing or the work session and presented actually their fiscal practices, their fiscal metrics that they share with the field as best practices. They're working on a new best practices policy for their boards. And so they gave us kind of a preview of what some of those metrics are that they share with the field. So that was informative because, as you know, one of the things that the School Budget Review Committee continues to do is to assess how do you determine need? How do you determine whether a need exists? And so sharing the metrics that are shared from that perspective was helpful to inform their conversation as well. The committee also was presented information surrounding Medicaid, and there were 2 specific topics related to Medicaid. One was a report of how many districts do not bill Medicaid that had eligible Medicaid eligible services on a student's IEP that also had a negative special education balance or a special education deficit. So why this is important or relevant to the SBRC is because each December, any district with a special education deficit can make a request to the SBRC for that additional spending authority, which may impact those local property taxes. So for those districts, and there are 45 of them that have a special education balance, special education deficit that did not bill for those Medicaid services, there's a potential opportunity there. Additionally, there was information presented to the committee about the exclusions and suspensions lists that are required to be reviewed for any providers that are delivering Medicaid services. So for all of the districts that are billing, they do have some additional requirements to ensure that the providers that are delivering those services are not on the exclusions and suspensions list. By verifying that each month and each quarter to the department, they're also as a double check for themselves to ensure that they're not going to have to pay back any of those Medicaid dollars. So we did share one lesson learned of one district who had completed the background checks. The background checks didn't follow HR policy and therefore didn't get to the program people. And so they did have actually, certified nurses actually delivering services that were on the suspensions list. And so they are going to have to repay about $250,000 for that oversight. The final work session item that I wanted to share is kind of a big one. And this has been an ongoing conversation and something that continues to grow as we learn more as the process is developed. And that is what is a good checkpoint prior to a district incurring a negative unspent balance at a time that it would be reasonable to request the district or direct the district to appear to provide a fiscal update. So what are some metrics that the SBRC could look at to say, hey, maybe there's something going on there that we should be concerned about, maybe not. No corrective action plan. Those aren't the terms that we use, although some of the information is similar. It's more of a storytelling of what are the circumstances that have driven the district into the scenario that they're at right now, and what does that future projection look like? So last January, we had 4 districts that appeared to provide that fiscal update. There was some feedback that we had requested and received from the district on that process. And so they were requesting a little bit of a change to the metrics. We weren't able to take care of all of them, but we did revisit it in general, just as a second time work doing the process. And so that was modified a little bit. As a result, we will have 3 districts were eligible to provide a fiscal update. However, one of them actually did incur a negative unspent balance. So they will be providing a corrective action plan, but 2 additional districts then will be providing a fiscal update at the December hearing. Any questions?
What about the, so do charter schools have to come before the SBRC and?
Well, so there's a couple of things. So one, they may, if they, for example, file one of the fiscal reports late, so they are also required to submit the certified annual report and such. And so if they were late, then they would be directed to appear. However, some of the other things that you might hear about relate to spending authority, and they don't, that term doesn't apply to charter schools. So they can spend the dollars that they have. If they get other dollars, they can spend those dollars. The spending authority term, though, that just applies to school districts.
So if you have fiscal concerns with them, then they don't go to like a review committee or something?
Well, if the school budget review committee wanted them to appear, I think they would fall under the definition of school corporation as far as that authority. I could look into that, but that would be just based on what I know, that would make sense to me. However, based on our earlier conversation, I think that I would probably start here because this was the authorizing board before taking them, unless it was something like the late filing of the fiscal report that the SBRC actually already has guidance or statute to direct. I would probably actually start here.
Okay, thank you.
Unless otherwise directed.
Here's different.
Okay. Any other questions?
Not hearing anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director May.
Next item on the agenda is to adjourn.
Let's do it.
We'll, you need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to discuss them.
Hearing no serious discussion. We'll adjourn.